All right. Can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, my name is Dollar Bill, and I am the guest host of the Collar Nation. If you can hear me, please put in a one so I can hear you. Know that you hear me. We're going to have a pretty good time tonight, and we're basically going
Dollar
to talk.
Bill, you didn't go live. That's why they can't hear you. You got to
I
go live.
press, I press go live.
Well, let me press it. Hold up. Go live. There's a second go live.
I did both.
Oh, wow. It's showtime. Okay.
It said it's showtime, go live, and I did it.
You see the timer up there?
No, my timer's gone. The timer is gone. The first one was
Something's
the
not
timer.
right. Something's not right. It's schedule go live.
Now, Dark Migo's here. He put yo under Dark
Ask me,
Migo.
can you hear?
Dark Migo, if you can hear, please put a one. Put a one inside of the chat. He said it works now.
Okay.
He can hear us.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, College Genesis.
Yeah, I don't why I didn't see the what you call the what you call I don't see the timer up top.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, I see it. Live 1 minute and 28 seconds. It's
It
in
doesn't
red.
show on my end. So
I can
yeah.
see it. So
All right.
good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dollar Bill, and I'm the co-host who will be
Now I
co-hosting
do.
this evening. Huh?
Now I see it. Now it popped up. Now it
Now
popped
you
up.
can see it for the
Yeah.
Collar Nation. And today we're going to discuss, should African Americans invest in Ghana or Africa? Or is it just a scam? So what I wanted to do is to read some things to you about migrating, to Ghana. So give me a few. Now, basically, many Black Americans, and I say African Americans, are choosing to relocate to Ghana, particularly Ghana's Year of Return initiative in 2019. This government, often referred to as Blacksit, this movement, not government, is often referred to as Blacksit. It is driven by the desire for a new beginning, to escape from racism and discrimination in the U.S., and a chance to reconnect with their African heritage. The move is also facilitated by Ghana's citizenship offer to people of African descent. Now, the key factors driving the movement is that Ghana's government has launched the initiative in 2019 to encourage the African diaspora to return to their ancestral homeland, making 400 years since the first enslaved Africans were taken to the Americas. Many Black Americans are seeking a fresh start, free from the systemic racism and discrimination they experience in the United States. And Ghana offers an opportunity for African Americans to connect with their African roots and culture. Ghana has granted citizenship to numerous people from the African diaspora, including many African Americans. And Ghana represents economic opportunities, particularly for entrepreneurs, and those, who are interested in starting off fresh. They're finding visa immigration requirements, obtaining the necessary visas and permits can be a complex process, and finding housing and employment suitable for accommodation and employment opportunities may require effort. Now, one of the things that particularly going on in Ghana is a lot of scamming. It's because of the complex system in Ghana. There are potential land disputes, and some returnees have faced land disputes with local communities, as seen in the Asebu's Pan-African Village. Now, although the cost of living is lower than the United States, the cost of the living in some areas of Ghana can still be relatively high. So here we are. In 2019, this was proposed. Many celebrities came out. All of the fanfare, people came, dignitaries, and the president of Ghana. And people were very, very interested in repatriating. And I think in Africa, and Ghana being one of the places that's most notably that African Americans and Afro Caribbeans, okay, and other Africans from the diaspora are interested in. But they face some tough times. There are different types of land. There's stool land, which comes from the chiefs. There's governmental land, there's private land, right? And there's the system, okay, leasing or called free. There's no freehold, which means you don't actually own the land. You own, okay, the property on the land. There have been various disputes because some of these land leasing are from 50 and 50 years and above. And we've seen different things happen, okay, to African Americans. Two ladies were killed a couple of years ago. And the local people, also, there's some tension between the locals, okay, and the expat community because the people are driving the prices up, okay, to suit the needs and the desires of the growing expat community, which causes a lot of problems with the locals because the expats are coming with American dollars. Then there's another thing that's going on. You have African Americans who are not able to take care of themselves, and they're actually, some of them are engaging, not all of them, okay, with let's say not reputable companies who are taking the money that they should be investing that money in terms of that infrastructure or the building, and they're actually running away with the money. And because these individuals are the face of the business, the spokespeople of the business, we get a bad we get some bad issues and some bad problems with that, right? So I want to know, what do you think we should do? Should we continue to invest in Ghana, or should we divest in Ghana, okay, and find another African country? Or should we find ourselves a place in America where we can buy a land or a town, or, as we say in the colonization, which should we support an independent nation in Africa and Afghanistan, okay, where we, okay, can purchase land, where we can build communities, where we can govern ourselves. And that might be the controversy that is going on right now. So what I'm going to do, okay, is I'm going to invite people. I'm going to copy, okay, and invite folks to give me their perspective. I hope my man Dark Migo was there. Okay, he has the controls to make sure that we don't get out of hand. This is not a diaspora war. As you know, I am the dollar bill, but I am also passionately known as the Ubuntu King and Ubuntu Warrior. Okay. So come on up. Tell me what you like to say, and let's hear from you. Until then, I'm going to read Dusty Brother. Dusty Brother says we need to reconquer Liberia. It's our divine promised land like Israel. Oh, wow. We're going to be dropping bombs on people. Liberia is the African American and Caribbean man's rest. If we develop Liberia, problems will be solved. I don't know. If you say you're going to come in like Israel, and Israel is bombing people in the settler community, and, you know, we already have a history in Liberia, and not all of it is justified, but it's the perception. And if, as Kala will tell you, it's not the reality, but for some people, their perception is reality. So the perception is that we colonialized Liberia, And so when you say inflammatory stuff, like we should reconquer a place, that we should take over it, and then you further double down and say that like Israel, it's our promised land, then you're really saying that you feel that we are colonialized, and you feel that the only thing that we need to do is re-colonialize, right? I think that's quite a bit. I'm gonna copy something from another one of our um, subscribers. Little Boss, it's too late to reconquer Liberia. We should never allow Africans or Caribbeans into the nation in the first place. It's too late to reconquer Liberia, and we should never allow Africans or Caribbeans into the nation in the first place. Are you talking about the nation of the United States of America? Are you saying that we, because we African Americans had we didn't allow anyone in? It was white people, okay, who allowed people into the United States of America. And think about this. People would say, and have said, that we should go back to Africa. Remember, that was one of the things that our former slave masters and colonializers would say to us: go back to Africa. So it's kind of, those things are just not nice things to say. I have no problem with Africans coming to America. I have no problem with Caribbeans coming to America. I have no problem with people looking for a better opportunity in life, right? And so you don't say that about Mexicans. You don't say that about Eastern Europeans. Why? You just want to talk about Caribbeans and Africans. What about the Eastern Europeans that are given a job when they come here, that are given housing, that are given benefits and city jobs? You're not talking about that. So why are you so xenophobic and want to talk about Africans and Caribbeans as if the 6 million or so Africans and Caribbeans are hurting you being here? Then, man, you got an issue. Okay. Dusty Brother says we need to reconquer Liberia, put the natives on reservations, and live in peace. Okay. So you think that when the Native Americans were put on reservations, okay, that was peace? Do you think that conquering the people, destroying their culture, taking their land, poisoning them, murdering them, should that be our legacy in Africa? Should those who think that happened the first time unequivocally will think that that's exactly what we did, because people like you, Dusty Brother, are doubling down on it. Wow. I hear that. What about, let's see, if anybody else got anything to say? Okay, let's look at, I didn't make, the other person, Little Boss, didn't make themselves clear. So let me read out what they have to say so we can clearly know what they're talking about. Little Boss, well, then allow me to make myself clear. The United States only belongs to white Anglo-Saxons, the American Negro, and the Native American. When you say only, that means just one. You're going to say also? So you say this land belongs to us. I guess you believe in that song, This Land Is Your Land, This Land Is My Land, from California. Oh, man, you guys are great. Let me see, my man. I'm going to add Marcus to the stage.
What's down, good? How you doing?
Yes, my brother, I'm doing absolutely fine, man. And grateful for the opportunity of the chief host of the Collagenesis Nation, the Collar Nation, for allowing me the opportunity to be here tonight with you people. With you,
yes, indeed. People. Yes, indeed. What's the
topic,
I guess?
About the topic? Well, the topic is, should African Americans just stay out of Africa, or should we invest in Africa? Should we stay out because of all of the stuff? What should we do, Marcus?
Man, I think we should invest. We need our own space though.
All right.
I don't think we could integrate if like a large group of us went to like a country or like a region in Africa. They got like a large population already. I don't think we integrate. We're just too different. Not too different, but there's some cultural differences. You know, I'm seeing stuff on social media. People beefing about the Zulu ball and
I was hearing about the Zulu thing, man.
Yeah, like bro, like I participate. That's over 100 years old. You understand? So it's just a divide. You know, we gotta understand each other's cultures before we actually integrate with these people. Do I think it's too late? I really don't know. I think we should have done this when we were like in the 60s or the 50s, even the 80s, all the way to the 80s. But this generation is a little bit different. You know, we a little bit different now. You understand? We want to be part of America. You know, that's what it look like in my opinion. I mean, if we do go back, we need our own space. That's it.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
I'm totally ignorant to the Zulu thing that goes on in Louisiana. Because I'm a New York City guy. Could you kind of like
all right, let me explain. So down south on the Gulf Coast, we have social clubs. For our parades, we have masquerade, we have Indian, Mardi Gras Indians too, masking Indians too. So I'm gonna talk about Zulu first. The Zulu ball, there's the Zulu ball and the Zulu parade. There's a social club. We created that. Black Americans, black people from America created that. We paid homage to Africa. And they also do a lot in the community. If people couldn't bury their spouses or people back in the day, they used to raise money at the social club and bury them. They do a lot within the community. We got our own little thing going on. We got the Zulu Tramps. When we had my family reunion last year, we got the Zulu Tramps. We were dancing and everything. We had the second line, the brass bands. We also had the Mardi Gras Indians. So we've been had this about 100-some years. But each, like, in the Gulf Coast, we have like different social clubs, like Mobile, they got social clubs. White people got their own social club too, in which they do their little thing too. So it's all based on segregation too. We're not talking down on the Africans. We actually wanted to pay homage to them. White people got the Endymion social, you know what I'm saying? They got their stuff for Mardi Gras too. It was segregated back in the day, man. Zulu was for the black people. Fat on Tuesday, right after Fat Tuesday. You understand? Yeah, that's for us. So we wasn't talking down on them people, bro. We weren't making fun of these people. These people did this in early 1906. These people just came from the plantation, whatever, and decided to create this for our people. That's it. There was no beef. We're not talking down on these people. We have different social clubs. We have cultures that we do 100+ years down south, bro. You understand? That's that. So I felt really disrespected when they were saying that crazy stuff about us. And I didn't like it. Because wait till they found out about Congo Square. Wait till they found out about the second lines of Super Sunday, St. Joseph Day, in which you got it's a mix. It's a mix of African, Black American. You know what I'm saying? It's a mix. Yes. And it makes us Black American. We got the Indian, they doing the chants back in the day. It was so serious with the Super Sunday and the second lines. The chiefs used to fight and kill each other. It was serious. My grandma told me this. They used to kill each other. We got different tribes down here, bro. We have different tribes down south. At for Super Sunday. Come down for Super Sunday. Okay. You just missed it. Come down. You're gonna love it. I know you're from New York, you're gonna love it. Because you're gonna see some cultural stuff we've been doing for 100 years. People I got chiefs, big chiefs in my family. They gotta make their own costume, their own Mardi Gras Indian costumes. If you a white boy, it's so crazy. White people try to join. I want my black people to come in and see this. White people trying to take the culture. We got white people coming and buying the black Indian, the costumes and everything. You ain't supposed to give that to no white boy, build it for no white boy. We used to beat the fuck out that white boy. Ain't supposed to do that. Beat the fuck out that little white boy. White people trying to get into this. You got white people trying to get in the Zulu ball. Wow. How come we need the Africans to come and see our shit? We not just hip hop and rap. We do different shit. We not just hip hop. We trail ride down south. We got white people trying to say we cosplaying cowboy. We got trail ride came from Lafayette. Zydeco is a black man that made Zydeco, bro. And Lafayette, a black man. And we don't just be listening to hip hop and rap. but they all think we some hip hop rap motherfucker. No, we some jazz, zydeco, blues mother down here.
I love the blues, man.
Come on, bro. It's ignorant.
I love the blues, man. Bobby Blue Band, you know, and BB King and Muddy Waters, you know. I love that down home music, man.
It like we not just be, and we still got younger people still doing this stuff too. Now that, you know, they kind of trying to bring that little gangster element to it now, but still, you know, we just we having fun. Like, I'm in Houston right now, man. Every Sunday got trail rides. Dallas, Houston, they got the trail. They listen to these articles. They do their line dances. They do the article dances. You see actually younger black people dancing together, not shaking ass, actually doing it. Look, you know what I'm saying? Like step. You know what I'm saying?
I like go to New they got where them fans at.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like vibrant and see Zydeco, I'm real Louisiana. You see, and New Orleans, they second line. My people second line. We some second line people.
Could you tell people what the second line is?
Basically, like, it depends. All right, so basically, somebody died, you know. Well, my people, we second line for family reunions and when I get married. Like, if I were to get married, I'm gonna have a second line. But people, when they die, they have a second line. You get the brass bands that come out, play the, and you celebrate that person how they, you know, when they was alive. Second line, you got the second line, but every Sunday they got different second line groups in New Orleans though. They have it every Sunday. Second line season is going on right now. Wow. Every Sunday, you got the second line. They bug jumping and everything, but it evolved, and you can see the brass band. You can hear the music. You can hear our culture, bro. That's my.
A lot of people don't understand that in America, we didn't have the opportunity, unlike certain places in the Caribbean, specifically Brazil. The only place in America when we were taken from Africa where we were allowed to play the drums was actually in Louisiana.
Yeah, Congo Square.
Yes.
Vibrant, you're right. A lot of city folks be in Houston. They be shooting up the trail rides. I ain't gonna say city, it's the younger dudes, but it's still fun. They got trails every Sunday. My apologies to interrupt you.
No, it's good. Yeah. I mean, listen, this is the thing that, you know, that we need to understand. Instead of us focusing on the negative aspects of our culture, that we focus on the positive things that are in our culture, the music that came, the jazz, the blues, that, you know, that started rhythm and blues, the blues that started rock and roll, the blues that influenced hip hop. You know, all of these things, man, come from the South. Right. And a lot of this, you know, I remember in the 90s, man, I was able to go. I went to an African funeral party.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to an African funeral party, man? Man, it's lively, man. I don't know if it was Ghanaians or you know, I don't know if it was Ghanaians or if it was you know, Nigerian. But they were getting down, man. And I'm going to the party and I didn't know what the heck was going on.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, man, I'm looking at, and I said, it reminds me a lot, man, when I'm looking, you know, at how the people, you know, have a vibe, celebrate the life of people in Louisiana, man. So I always thought that was so cool, you know, that they would get out and represent, man, just the vibe, the music itself, in, you know, in the culture that's wrapped up down there. It's just a phenomenal thing. I think people just don't. I think you're 100% correct. A lot of people don't understand our culture.
They don't.
You know, and
they think we hip hop, but they think we just rappers.
Yeah.
That's
Let's bring Brother Dave up here.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, Dollar Bill. Good evening, Marcus.
How you doing?
Good evening, my brother.
Yeah. I want to talk about the topic a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Should African Americans stay out of Africa? No, I don't think African Americans should stay out of Africa. I think African Americans are going with a falsehood of Africa. They don't really know the nuances of Africa. They're going in blindsided. They're going in unprepared, you know, and they're going in with people that don't have, that's telling them about Africa, about living in Africa, that don't have experience of living in Africa, really. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
Absolutely.
I feel that I feel a little responsible too, Dollar Bill, for this.
Talk to me.
I'm somebody that has experience living in Africa, also traveling in Africa. You understand me? Due to the fact that my mother's African, she's Liberian.
Yes.
You understand me? And I've been going to Africa since I was a kid. So I understand the nuances, laws, the land laws, things like that. I understand it. That an African American, average African American will not understand. You know, they got a different system over there. So
oh, move down.
My God.
Move that hoe, man.
You are trolling like that?
Yeah, man. They've been doing this trolling stuff, man.
Oh my
Last time
God.
Cracker, man. I thought this was legitimate.
Crazy.
Sister, I'm glad we just got it right off the stage, man.
Yeah, man. This is nuts. So a lot of people going blindsided. They don't know what's going on. They don't got a guide. They don't. It's like I wish, like I probably should have wrote a book or something, like a guide or an instructional manual on how to go to Africa, what to do, what not to do. And it probably want to help more people. You understand me? If you go to countries, you know, if you go to Africa, first thing first, you visit.
There you go.
You visit. Get a hotel first. Get a car. You know, charter a car for the day.
Well, you know how people are. We're hot and cold.
No, you understand me? You're going into a place that you do not know. And you got to learn the terrain. You understand me? Our people going there, they don't know the terrain. You understand me? I thought, Dollar Bill, that it'll be, there'll already be organizations and programs set up for African Americans. African Americans have been going to Africa for the last 200 years.
Yes.
I thought these programs and these organizations and these institutions already be set up, but come to find out, they're not set up.
You know why? Because a lot of people died out. I'm gonna be honest.
No,
you know, a lot of people kind of died out, and it's up to us, right? You know, like you said, I think you shouldn't give up on that guide. I think you should write that guide. I think that you're uniquely positioned, okay, to do that. And I encourage you to buy that guide, man. And it's easy for you to
maybe I should have maybe open up a YouTube channel. You understand me? Because you
can still do that.
You don't just go buy land and you understand.
Well, a lot of people do, man.
No, and it's like, I understand the eagerness, the drive to be in Africa, your home. I understand it. You understand it? But it's a way to go home.
There you go.
You understand me? You know what I mean? It's a way to set up and prepare yourself to go home. You understand me? And be home and be home good. But
well, I think you're uniquely positioned with Liberia to do that, right? To get out there and write a guide. You know, a lot of these people don't have.
I got to do. I got to write a little like an instruction, man, because it's a way you're supposed to go. It's a way you're supposed to repatriate
and include people, places, and things that we need to do to get there. And when we get there, this is what we need to do. You know, who we need to see, somebody who's been vetted by the African American community, so we don't send people in to get scammed and lose their money and stuff like that. And that's not what we want to do, because people get turned off, man. And I see that, but just like I see the white people coming on tonight with this porn crap.
Yeah, this is nuts.
They're scared.
And what happened?
Yeah, just now came over with some porn stuff. We thought it was a lady, it's crazy.
They're scared, man, because They don't hear anybody else talking like this.
And you got white people in
The
this
shadow banning. I think they're shadow banning College Page. I
Yeah.
think they're shadow banning College Page.
Go ahead, Marcus. What you had to say?
Nah, I mean you got people watching, you understand? You got I don't know, they white, I don't know who watching y'all, but you got white people, they trying to stop the movement. They trying to, like the dude said, they trying to stop this shadow banning.
Oh,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So I feel like, well, in my opinion, it's either hit or miss now. Like, I'm talking about this for Black America. Either we're gonna stay here, because this bitch falling, America falling apart. It's gonna go down like the Roman Empire. Or we gonna have to move, we have to leave. We have to make a choice. We're gonna stay here and assimilate with these white people, or we go back to Africa. We got to make a choice.
And you know we never assimilating. We've been here 400 years, and most of us have over 80% of our DNA, okay, in Africa. And so if you've been here this long and you haven't assimilated, you're not gonna assimilate. You understand? I was looking at a program today, and it was 10 different places where white folks, where the city, state became more black, and white folks just got out of the towns. 10 of them, you know, because white folks, for the most part, don't want to be around us, right?
But you don't see the younger generation changing that.
I'm hoping, man. I got a lot of hope for the young generation, you know, because we're not going to be here forever, and this is going to be left up to them, you know, to take up the shield and to get things popping. And what I see is a lot of people talking about delineation. Listen, I have no problem with a person saying I have a different culture than my other African brothers, right? And we think differently, we move differently because of our cultural experiences. Why, of course, you've been here for 400 years, right? And so I have no problem with, but the hatred, the xenophobia, and all of that stuff, I'm not with that, because you're with that, not talking about you, I'm talking about in general. You're with that, but you're not against, okay, the white people coming from Europe and they get set up lovely. Okay, you're not upset about the Arabs who get set up for their businesses. They get loans, they get grants, they get opportunities, they get housing, they get all of those things, but you're not angry about them. You know, you're angry about somebody who looks like you that eventually, despite what they say and despite even what some of them want, are going to assimilate into the African American community. And when I say that, they say, well, why do you say that? Because one of my grandparents is from the Caribbean, right?
But you come from a different generation.
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody's a different generation. But what I'm saying to you, you'd be surprised if people really looked up their family tree. I had no idea about this because I didn't know anybody other than the people I met after junior high school in the Caribbean. I never even had that discussion until I was grown with my mother, and we talked about her grandparents, and I just asked her a question about her grandparents, and when she told me all of this, I had no idea. So, and I remember Lord Jamar, he has some grandparents, okay, from the Caribbean. He didn't even know, because when these days occurred, blackness was flat. Obama said, Dollar Bill, can you or the panel give a picture of the U.S. in a fallen state and how so-called AAs would be positioned in that space? You guys want to handle that?
I don't know how I don't know, Dollar Bill.
So,
that's a bad situation.
What are you talking about? If America was falling, and what the position of Black Americans would be?
Yes.
You don't fucked up.
Bad situation, man. It's a
Messed
bad
up.
situation.
I mean, Dr. What is it? Clyde Anderson said, permanent underclass. We're gonna be below the Latino, the Hispanics. Understand?
What's gonna happen was whatever new power come in and take over the country, basically that we're gonna damn near be their slaves.
I don't think a new power. I can't see us getting invaded. I can see us falling apart, like just falling apart internally, like the Roman Empire. Like I don't see China taking over America.
Mm.
I just can't see that.
Well, the thing that's happening, and this is what I've been telling people. One of the reasons I feel that people like Donald Trump are doing what they're doing is because there's going to be a tremendous amount of money that is being given to white people who from the baby boomers. It's actually the largest wealth transfer in the history of mankind. I think that I'm almost sure that white people don't care about the higher prices. I think that they have dug their heels in. They don't care if they have to pay more. They want America to be white. They want power in their hands. They realize that previous administrations, and going as far back probably as Ronald Reagan, has disenfranchised certain parts for them, and they have a white underclass that's not getting anywhere. And it's primarily because white people used to be used to, just like black people, having these manufacturing jobs, places like West Virginia, all of these jobs that where white people in middle America no longer have. So they're white people, and this is what spurs the KKK and the hate groups, because white people, just like JB Vance's people, okay, feel like the globalism in America has put them in a bad way. They don't have these coal jobs. They don't have the jobs that that they used to have and can make a living and raise a family without having any college, right? So you're talking about college educated black people, okay, and who have been making a certain amount of money, and people who are civil servants, okay, have been making money because they can take tests and get the job. You've got a lot of white people who can't read. You got a lot of white people who are used to, okay, having the privilege of being white in America. And they see these Hispanics, these African Americans, these Caribbeans, these Africans, and they want them out. And they're willing to suffer, okay, in order for them to do this. That's just my opinion. You know?
That's a tricky one, because I live in Texas. Like they're like the buffer class. They're not. I think white people like some Mexicans more than black people. Same for the Asians too. Some Asians like the Indians.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I don't think they're like black people in general though.
They definitely don't. But you also understand now.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of Asians, including Mexicans, okay, including Cubans, who have been living on this side, okay, of the border, who are more anti-immigrant themselves, because they understand that they're lighter skin, they're straighter hair, and they can get some of the privileges of white people in America, plus the fact they have their own country, right? So Mexicans come here, and if they work, they can send remittances back to a country that they have is about the size of Texas, right? So you're looking at these people who are bilingual, who can slide across the color line if they're Machismo, right? Now, they're not Yucatecan Indians. They could slide back and forth the color line, okay, and do their thing. Plus, they've got an underworld that has a lot of money too, that they can tap into. So all of the advantages, okay, that they can have. And it also allows white people, okay, and some blacks to escape to Mexico, while Mexicans are going here. They're sliding out to certain parts of Mexico and using that American dollar and living a life. All they got to do is blend in and learn how to speak Spanish. right? So there's advantages. There's no advantages for us, for them, right? They don't see any advantages, you know. And so those are the things that I'm talking about. Let me see. I'm gonna see. Oh, let me put the brother to the stage. Okay. Indama, what's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, what's up, Dollar Bill? I wanted to go ahead and answer get in on the question. He said like what would Black Americans do if America was like in a fallen state?
Yes.
That's a good question, man. I think at one time I may have responded as a certain way, but I think now I think that Black Americans pretty much would they wouldn't be doing anything much different than like what my white Americans would be doing. So if white Americans are hunkering down and prepping and that kind of thing, and building bunkers and stuff like that, Black Americans would probably just be doing the same thing that white Americans would be doing. Pretty much. That's what I think.
Well, if we're living in the cities, right?
Yeah.
The difference is if white folks, I noticed there's a phenomenon, specifically in my mother's hometown of South Carolina. White people have been migrating at a record number to places like South Carolina.
Yeah.
They've driven up the prices really high because of supply and demand. Now, in places like South Carolina, you can grow your own food. You can even burn your own garbage in your backyard. You don't even have to. You don't even have to pay to get your garbage thrown out. We're going to be here in a lot of us in the inner cities like New York. And man, I'm going to make sure I have to have bars on my joint, because people are going to be rolling through, man. Carjacking and running in your house. I mean, food is so high in New York. I'm being honest with you. I don't know, especially if they cut them food stamps down, it's going to be a major problem. Because I pay so much in food, man. It's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. They cut them food stamps. They talking about cutting the Section 8. Woo-wee. Man, it's going to be something in the cities for Black people.
Section 8.
Yeah. Well, I think that like that's one scenario, but there's another scenario where I think did you see Dollar Bill in the news where there was some like white supremacist where they ran up on a town in Ohio. It was actually a middle class, Black community where they ran up in there and they tried to intimidate the Black folks in that town. And out of nowhere, some brothers showed up. They weren't Black Panthers, but they had these Black uniforms. They was in full battle rattle. They had rifles. They had body armors, and the distinctive thing is they had face masks. Like you could only see their eyes. Like everything else was covered. And those brothers showed up. They was disciplined. And like these white supremacists like shit they pants, man, and they was gone within like minutes. And it was in the news. It was they interviewed those brothers in their uniforms, and you can look it up and try to share the screen. Just put Black men in face masks defend Ohio town. And when they interviewed those brothers, man, you could tell those brothers was from that community. But the thing that stuck out to me was how articulate they were and how disciplined they were. And they basically, they was like, look, we here to defend our community. We're not going to let nobody come into our community and intimidate our people. We're here to defend our men, women, and children. And, they didn't have an answer for them brothers. You can go ahead and if you want, you can go ahead and look it up.
Oh yeah,
But,
I'm gonna pop it up right now.
Yeah, because when you see how the way those brothers was dressed, oh my God.
Let me present it says share my screen.
Like the equipment they had, it was just,
Let me show the brothers and sisters. Can you see my screen? Huh?
Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, it's the second one. Click that second one.
The second one?
Yeah, it's both of them. You can click the first one and we'll see what they say. Then we'll do the second one.
All right, this one is an MSNBC.
Yeah, click that.
Let me flip on this joint.
Yeah.
And let's show the people what you're talking about.
Turn now to one.
Okay, a video will be blocked for 3 videos. This is for fair use, for educational purposes.
Turn now to one community in Ohio, which is now the center of a growing national debate about civil rights, hate speech, and the Second Amendment. NBC News correspondent and NBC News Now daily anchor Morgan Radford visited the town of Lincoln Heights, where residents have formed an armed community defense group in the wake of a neo-Nazi rally. Morgan joins us now. You were there just on Tuesday. What did the residents tell you about what's going on?
Yeah, I was there just this week. John, it was fascinating because what's interesting is that this town was founded during the Great Migration back in the 1920s as a refuge for Black citizens, which is why it was especially painful when neo-Nazis suddenly appeared in this 3,000-person majority Black town. But they decided to fight back, taking up arms and patrolling their own streets. Now they're at the center of a much larger debate about protection and free speech and who gets it.
These aren't police officers or soldiers.
They're business owners, their fathers, their sons, daughters.
These are civilians, members of the Lincoln Heights Safety and Watch Program.
It's a duty. Okay, let's go.
The duty, protecting their neighborhood, the majority Black village of Lincoln Heights, Ohio. After neo-Nazis held a rally here last month, carrying rifles, waving swastikas, and hurling racial slurs, just moments before children were let out of school. At the time, law enforcement officials said the neo-Nazis did not break any laws, but an investigation by county prosecutors is ongoing. Weeks later, the KKK came with these flyers.
First African-American community above the Mason-Dixon line of staff.
Safety and Watch Group spokesperson Durrance Daniels says the police did not do enough, which was more chilling because the town was founded in the 1920s as a safe haven for Black residents.
Lincoln Heights is our home. If somebody broke into your home, you call the police, and the police says, if they do it again, we haven't broken any law, so we're just going to allow them to break into your home again. What would you do?
Are you worried at all that having a potentially armed response could just create more friction, create more danger?
I'll answer that by saying I've never felt safer as a Black man in my community than I have right now.
The mayor of Evendale, which oversees the police force that responded that day, said in a statement to NBC News, our emphasis on de-escalation and public safety resulted in the incident's resolution without injuries to any of the persons involved. But residents here say they can't afford to wait. Every day, the Safety and Watch Group escorts children to school and patrols the streets.
Why do you all wear masks?
Those Nazis, we have reports of them finding our backgrounds, so we're not hiding ourselves from the residents, but we're protecting our family for what we're doing out here.
While many locals do support the security group, some, like business owner Eric Ruffin, say they wish the group wasn't needed.
We don't want to become what we hate. We don't want to become a group of people that walk around feeling like we have a reason in America to have to protect ourselves.
And this community
stand up,
is not backing down.
All right. I'm gonna stop sharing that. And
Yeah, the
get back.
neo-Nazis shit they pants when those brothers showed up.
I love
Because
it.
they didn't know how to handle that. Because you
That's
saw them out
sad,
there with the
bro.
swastikas and stuff, and they thought
That's
coming out there with
sad.
some
That's
swastikas
so
and
sad.
some and some black outfits that the neo-Nazis was wearing was gonna intimidate black folks. Them brothers came out there and they had when those brothers showed up, it was it was a wrap.
Look at that. Well, you know what? I think that's great, man. But I wouldn't, I mean, you get mixed feelings, right? I remember what happened to the not effing around brother who got all his time because they claimed that he had his gun pointed, at the police officers or, I would rather be in Africa, in a place where I didn't have to have my kids, go to school, okay, with people with guns. That type of trauma, I just don't want to put. I know it's necessary, right? In a place like that, I'm not saying that you shouldn't fight back. I'm not saying that you shouldn't protect yourself because you go into Africa, you might have to protect yourself there one day, right? Because people might want to come and run in and take your stuff, and nobody's going to let nobody run in and take their stuff. But what I'm trying to say is I'd rather have the children live in a society where they feel freer, right? That they don't have to deal with that nonsense that we just saw. It's a shame that children have to live like that. But I'm glad that the brothers stood up, right? I'm very happy that the brothers stood up, held their ground, and they weren't effing around. But who wants to have their children live in that type of society? See, the thing is, we've been doing all these things in America for so many years, and we're meeting all this opposition, and in spite of it, we've been thriving, okay, and doing the best that we can. Would you imagine how much we could thrive in an area where we could be free? And I never thought about that until I got a passport and I left America. And I couldn't, the feeling of getting a passport and leaving America and realizing that even if you're in a communist country, you're freer there than you are in your so-called home. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you.
I can't wait to get to Africa. I criticize people, right, by some of the things that they do, but I can imagine that people who've been having their heads on a swivel all of their lives finally walk around in a place and they see everybody black like them. It must be a psychological thing that they're up under when they do it, right? And so I can't say, damn, you some fools. It's easy for me to sit back in America and say that. But I know what it's like even when I'm out in a different country and I'm like, damn, I don't have my hand on a swivel. Nobody's not trying to rob me. Nobody's trying to victimize me. And I'm like, I could see how people can get kind of relaxed. Put it to you that way. And let their guards down. What do you brothers say or think?
Yeah, man, that's how it is, Dollar Bill. A lot of black people, I think in America, they need to have that experience of just being around, even if you don't even travel abroad, just be around your people more and get to know your people. That's, and we shouldn't always have, go, like I said, like you said, go to another country, see your people. I think you should get that experience, value yourself more.
I remember, man, I always talk and I tell people about it because thank you to my daughter, man. She took the whole family to Cuba. And man, I spent like 11 days and I went to like,
Beautiful over there.
Pueblos. And man, I had the first thing I wanted to do was say, take me to my people.
Yes,
That was
indeed.
my first thing. I said, take me to my people. I got to see my people. And my daughter was out there. She had one of them like Kodak pictures, like a Kodak, the new Kodak stuff where you could take a picture and, just like the old Kodaks, man, everybody was running up to her, all the little children, man. She was taking pictures with them. She was giving them pictures. It was just, it was an incredible feeling.
Yes, indeed.
Even when I'm in Puerto Rico, to be honest with you, my last joint, I went to Puerto Rico 2 years ago. And man, I saw my people out there, they were like, when they saw me, they didn't even have, how you be in a spot somewhere and your folks are there. They don't even have to say nothing. They just got to look at you and you look at each other and you give them like, like that head shake and, like, what's up? It was a beautiful thing. I felt that way when I went to the Caribbean,
Yes,
I was
indeed.
there. People was just dope, man. People was just talking to me and taking me places and just, it was beautiful, man. It's a beautiful thing to be around your people, man. Even when I live in the hood, and I live in the hood, I got 2 spots in the hood, one a little better than the other. And I kind of love the place that I'm in. Even, I would prefer that it had more amenities than the place than my other place. But I just like the feeling, the soul when I'm around my own people. It's just a good feeling, man, being around your folks. I know how Mexicans feel. I know a Mexican girl who was a friend of my daughter, and her daughter brought her a nice house in a Black community. And they were nice people, man. I talked to them. They were nice people, but they couldn't really adjust, man. They wanted to go back and be around their people. They want to be able to go to the stores and buy the stuff. They want to be able to get up in the morning and speak to their people in their language. And it's something that we as a Black people need to get that understanding. We got too much vitriol, too much hatred in our hearts, too much jealousy and resentment for the next man. Okay. We love to hate each other. I hear all kinds of horrific stuff. Oh man, about Black people this and Black people that, and I've never, man, I spent my first 15 years of my life, okay, most of it in the project, and from 15 to like 30 something in a Caribbean community. So I've been in the hood in that instance, and I've been in the hood around people from the island, and I've never received nothing but love. To be honest with you, nothing but love.
That was in New York City.
Yeah, I'm a New York cat.
I forgot you got a lot of Caribbeans over there.
Yeah, nothing but love, man. I mean, people have taken. I mean, I'm the only dude I know who's worked in a bodega and a Jamaican store, a record store, and I just got those type of experiences around my own people who give me mad love, man. So I know there's some people who run off at their mouths and say a lot of stupidness, but for the most part, I've gotten more love from my people, from Black people, than I've gotten by anything and anybody else in my life. I've never had nobody, no, man, you don't deal with him because he's a Yankee boy, or don't deal with him because, he's a Carter. All of this nonsense, man. I got, I battle with some people, but I got mad Nigerian brothers, mad Ghana brothers that I know, that are good people, man. I've been offered to go to Africa for 30 years, and I can understand it. It's the cultural differences, but when people peel back those layers of cultural people, You know, they're just people. We're just people, right? And we want for ourselves what we want for our brother, right? We want to be able to have a safe place for our children. We want to be able to thrive. We want to be able to do business. We want to do everything that any other human beings. And you know, we like to do it black. You know, we like to buy it black, keep it black, blackety bliggity black. You know, and ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong. That's just how we get down.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You know, and so the reason I deal with Ubuntu, like I was trying to tell people yesterday, I am because you are. It's because we are the same people, right? That does not mean that we don't have issues and problems in our community. That doesn't mean that everything is kumbaya, you know. But do I hate somebody, man, because they come from another part of the world and they black like me? That's stupid, man. I think that's crazy. And for us to even entertain that is that we got some screws in our head missing. You know, you could be from the Caribbean, I can be from New York or North Carolina or South Carolina. I always wrap up my mother's people, the Geechees, down there in South Carolina. You know, I have no issue with that. Why I gotta hate somebody who's black like me? Why I want to kill somebody who's black like me? You know, just because they got a different perspective. Oh, they don't fuck with you. Africans, they don't F with us. You understand? There's some of y'all I don't F with. There's some of you, to some of us, don't F with us. Right? So I like some people to come up and call, tell us what your perspective is. Should African Americans stay out of Africa? Are we being swindled? Are we being taken advantage of? Are we being hoodwinked? Are we being bamboozled? Are we being led astray? You know, what's the deal with Africa? So we're going to figure out that. We're looking for some more people to come up. I'm going to see if I can, while I'm talking to you guys, you know, as always, man, I'm not a shameful plugger of my own stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not shameful. I have no shame in my game. Not at all. So let me hold up on that. I'm gonna play one of my Ubuntu films. And this one is African Americans need to embrace languages and philosophies. We have our own. And I think one of the things that we always talk about, other people's philosophies, other people's ways of thinking. And if some of the brothers want to come up with their own FBA ways, you know, whatever, I ain't got no problem with that either. I ain't a hater. Can you see me? Can you see my joint?
Yeah. And hold on, a dollar bill. I'm gonna drop off. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes.
All right, no problem.
All right.
So I got a couple I want to play, but this particular one, let me start by saying this is a fair act, and this content belongs to me, Dollar Bill, the co-host of the College Genesis Nation. Okay, so this is mine, and I can play it because I own the rights to them all. This is all mine. All right, let me put this on. Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Okay, let me go back. I wish they had that little bar that I could just go back and then go all the way back. There it is. All right.
It's wild. You guys, we're about to dive into something that's changing the face of Ghana. It's not just about people moving. It's about history, economics, and a whole lot of controversy. So let's go and figure out what's really going on with African-American expats in Ghana. I mean, I've seen some crazy stuff in my travels, but this This is next level. So, here's the deal. African Americans are packing up and heading to Ghana in droves. Ghana's not sitting back either. They've got these programs like Year of the Return and Beyond the Return, basically rolling out the red carpet for folks to come back and invest. These expats are reconnecting with their roots, man. They're going through citizenship ceremonies, feeling like they belong somewhere. It's heavy stuff. And get this, the African American Association of Ghana, their membership is through the roof. This isn't just a trend, it's a movement. It's a movement, guys.
I felt more at home in Ghana after a week than I did after 40 years in the States.
That's crazy, right? All right, check this out. These expats aren't just showing up empty-handed. They're bringing their wallets and they're ready to spend. We're talking major investments in construction, real estate, you name it. They're starting businesses left and right. The locals? Some of them are getting worried. Prices are going up and not everyone's cool with it. I saw this one area, right? A year ago, it was all local shops. Now, it's like Little America. It's wild, man. Wild. Now, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Culture. You've got African Americans raised in the US coming to Ghana. It's not just about the expats adjusting. The locals are dealing with changes too. Some are loving the new energy, the connections being made. Others are worried about losing their own culture in the mix. It's like, you know, when you're trying to blend two different recipes. Sometimes you get something amazing. Other times it's a mess. The jury's still out on how this cultural mashup is going to play out long term. Long term, guys. It's going to be interesting to watch, that's for sure. So, where does all this leave us? The Blaxit phenomenon is reshaping Ghana in ways we're only beginning to understand. Will prices normalize? Will the cultural integration smooth out? Man, I wish I had a crystal ball. But one thing's for sure. This movement isn't slowing down anytime soon. As long as there are issues pushing people out of the US, Ghana's going to keep looking like a promised land to many. It's a wild ride, and we're all just along for it. It's crazy, it's complicated, but it's happening. And who knows? Maybe I'll be the next one packing my bags for Ghana. Stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned.
All right. I'm going to stop sharing. I hope you guys like that, man. I hope you guys who are listening and looking, whether it's on our live broadcast, okay, will support by joining first, liking and subscribing to the Colonation, and then liking and subscribing to the Ubuntu King, who I am, Dollar Billionaire Brand, the Ubuntu King. I hope you guys tell me, do you like it? Did you like the film, Dave?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
It was highlighting things that's going on, you know.
Have you subscribed to the Ubuntu King?
Yeah, I subscribe to it.
All right.
I subscribe to it.
Yeah, man. I like to make these films, man, because it talks about the things that, you know, the conversations that we're having about Africa. And, you know, I do it also because I own it, so I don't have to worry about being struck down.
Yeah.
Because, you know, a lot of times when we
So you learning how to make AI videos? I'm thinking about getting into it.
Yeah, man. You know what? I got a couple of good apps, and in fact, I'm trying to get my son into it. Really, I just got him one of these editing joints, a DaVinci Studio, so he can start doing all his stuff with his avatars and putting his things together, man. And he loves it. He loves it. Eventually, I don't want to do nothing but give it to him and let him do his thing. You know, this way, you know, just try to get it going. And so I think African Americans should still go, despite people saying the things they're saying. Like you said, Dave, I think people should rent out a place. Stop buying land sight unseen.
Don't even say that first. I say visit first.
Yes.
Get
Yeah.
a hotel first.
Take a tour. Like the one
Take a tour.
by
Network.
Brother Bomani and College Genesis. I have a tour coming up. Okay.
No, but some people don't like tours, Dollar Bill. I'm not gonna, some people don't like tours. I'm just
I
saying.
don't understand why.
I'm just
I like
saying
tours.
no. Some people don't like that. I'm just saying basic things.
Right.
First, even if you try to get a friend, even if you're interested, if you like, just say you just blindfold yourself and just pick any African country. Try to look for a friend there. At least one friend, somebody that knows the country. Visit first. Get a hotel first. Oh, I like the country. You travel 1 or 2 times more, 3 times more. Then you start talking about renting. You already have enough networks. You already know the country. You understand me?
Oh,
You're familiar. You understand me? We're talking about building up to when you want to go back home.
Well, the only reason I said
the first thing I like to attack.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's talk about this situation.
Yes, sir.
The first thing, let's really attack it. The
All
first thing is finances. The first thing is economics.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going back to Africa, you can't go back to Africa, looking for a job. You got to go back to Africa with the mindset of creating a job. You understand me?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're talking about moving to a different country, you got to look at the holes and things that they don't have in the country. All right, they don't got this going. You know what I mean? They always say a boring business is the best business. They say boring businesses, are the best businesses. Look for a boring business. Look for something that they're not doing there. So look for things that they don't want to do there. It's business opportunities in Africa. You know what I mean? I'm just saying you're preparing yourself. Also, like I said, the first thing you should know is your cash flow. Like how are you going to live in Africa? Are you a retiree? Are you a young person? If you're a young person, you should go there with an entrepreneurial mindset. You know what I mean? Especially if you got a college degree, you should go there with your skills. Go there with your skills, apply your skills, and open a business, service, or goods. Get into some type of industry. You know what I mean? That's what you should do. Like if Dollar Bill say, okay, I'm going back, I want to retire. Okay, Dollar Bill say, okay, I want to get back into education. So Dollar Bill, open up a school. In Africa, they pay for schools. Open up a private school. Open up a private school. Dollar Bill already has a network with libraries. He can get books. Dollar Bill already got a network with getting the liquidation from school equipment. I know you got networks like that to get. I know they get liquidation equipment from the schools.
Without a doubt.
I know about all of that stuff. You already have those networks. You already have networks with teachers. You know what I mean? You might have other retired teachers that might want to come follow you. You understand me? You already got it, They already got a side there. Okay.
I got a place.
Dollar Bill is a connect, You already out there, Dollar.
Yeah. I can get books for the children.
Yeah.
Those type of things, I can open up a 5013C status, on my Dollar Bill brand,
Yeah.
And
so many things
King,
to do. Yeah.
And I could send. That's one of the reasons that we talked about, going to the trip, is because I would like to be able to visit the schools. And I saw some of the children, man. I love kids, man.
Yeah.
I don't love them 24/7 though, but I love them for that 8 hours.
Yeah.
After that, man, I want to be kid free because my kids are grown, and but I'm interested in the education of Black children, my African children, and I think Black and African should be synonymous. One of the things that I even talked to my daughter about opening up a school, I said, open up a Swahili school. It's funny, man, when, I'm trying to learn Kiswahili, Undogo, and when I'd say certain words or put up a thing, I love, like, the kids will be saying, what are you saying? You know, it's not Spanish. And I know I said it's Swahili, you know, and there's a power in linguistics, man, that people don't understand. And I think that's one of the key components that Ubuntu and Ma'at and Sankofa, all of those things that we need to integrate here in America to Black people, because I believe if we had that mindset, right, that we weren't thinking about ourselves as white people in America, because for the most part, we're in America on the outside looking in. And I think people don't want to really accept the truth. We've been here for 400 years. We're still outsiders, right? And you might be a little less outsider than a person who comes from another country, but you're still an outsider. And, you know, I remember talking to a brother maybe like 20 some years ago. He was an African-American brother, okay, Mr. Gray. And I don't know if he's still living, but if he is, God bless him. But Mr. Gray, I met him in 2000. I was teaching in a middle school at the time. And he was showing me his house and pictures of his daughters. He had like 3 or 4 little girls, and all of them were like chess masters. You know, he had taught them chess. They had went to school, and their mother was a local Ghanaian woman. And he was like, man, I'm just here to get a few dollars, because he was doing prefab homes in Ghana. He had hooked up with a Ghanaian, probably somebody in his wife's family. He had a Ghanaian partner, and they were building refab homes. This is 2000, you know, and I wish that I had, you know, spent more time rapping to the brother, you know, but he was showing me his home, and he said something to me so, you know, I never forget. He said, you know what, bro? He said, I know what white people feel like when they're in America. You know?
Yeah.
He's like, I know, I go to, you know, he taught in the university. He said, I know what it's like to go to the bank and talk directly to the bank president, because he know me. I know what it's like to talk to different dignitaries. I don't have to stay on lines. I don't have to do X, Y, and Z. And he said, finally, I know how white people feel in America. They must feel awful good being around their own people.
Yeah.
And I think that's the feeling that Black people, I'm pretty sure that the emotional thing that Black people feel when they go to Africa and they look up, man, from a guy who's a bum on the street to the president of the country, looks just like them.
Yeah.
That's a powerful feeling. And I think a lot of us don't really understand that, right? We don't understand that. You know, we just don't. I mean, not just an athlete, dude, you know, not just a basketball player, but the head man, the head honcho, down to the lowest man on the totem pole, they all look like you. When you turn on the television, the commercials are people who look like you. When you look up in the bulletin boards outside and you look up people are selling products, they're selling products to people who look like you. Wow. That's an awesome feeling. It must be an awesome feeling, brother, right?
Yeah, it's a great feeling.
You know?
You know, any problem you get into, you could probably, you know, they're gonna understand. Oh man, you know, maybe my son getting a little problem, you know, little small problems, you know. But
Yeah. That's a wonderful thing.
You can't talk to white people like that.
Oh no. No.
Try to get out of the jam.
Nah, they're like, you done did something wrong, and we're gonna jack you up, man. We don't care how small it is. You know, you're gonna pay. Somebody gotta pay. Look at this guy, this young guy. If this was a white guy and a black guy came up on him and terrorized him, and the white kid stabbed him and killed him, White people would be saying, white people would have a big GoFundMe for $1 million for that, bro. That's what I told. I gotta say it. I'm saying it out loud. Brandon, you can get on here. Man, that was some stuff, bro. How do you get on there? How do you get on the YouTube waves and be after this little kid, man? Because he trying to protect himself, man, from these white goons. Come on. How do you do that?
I don't know much. I don't know much about that story though. Like, I
don't need to know much. All I know is
I wouldn't do that now. I wouldn't do that now.
You wouldn't what? Stab him?
No, I'm talking about we talking about bad about the kid, and I don't know much about the story. I mean,
well, you know, he thinks he knows enough, but the whole thing is this.
I really don't know. We still don't know much about that story.
All I know is that this kid, okay,
you know, that's Texas. So,
was in Texas.
Yeah.
It's raining, and this kid is approaching him and coming after him. He wasn't bothering the kid, you know, and so a lot of these things happen, even in New York, man. It was a couple of years ago. These Spanish workers killed the kid because his father doesn't want to go out and fight with these little dudes, man. You know, them little Mexican dudes is vicious, man. You know the deal. And they got the kid killed, man. You know, you can't run up on people and expect that they're going to give you a fair one.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, you're naive if you believe that. People ain't going to, we're just going to give you a fair one.
Well, you don't even know who you're running up on, dollar bill.
Exactly. But, you know, I guess he felt he could take them or whatever the case may be. We don't even know if there's a history behind them.
We don't know. Like I said, that's why I'm saying we don't really know the story. I can't really comment. That's why I ain't really talk about it, because it's like, nah, that's Texas. I don't really, you know, they're not gonna release everything. That's Texas. They definitely not gonna release everything. You're not gonna know that whole story.
I just don't understand. See, I knew Brandon was going down that road because he's into this conservatism crap. You know, he knows how black people think. No, man, you don't know how every black person thinks in America. Stop the drama. You understand? Everyone has their own unique experience. Everybody has their own unique perspective. And you can't say, I know my people. I know what they're going to do. No, you do not. I get surprised by Negroes all the time. All the time.
Yeah.
Damn, he did that? Damn. You know, I mean, like, why you do something like that? Because people will fool you. People will do all kinds of things. And you'll be like, damn, where did that come from? How did they get like that? You know? And he comes from a good family. But even if he didn't, you know, it's funny, right? That everybody has, like everybody black has to be quantified and qualified. It doesn't matter if you come from a good family or a bad family if somebody is attacking you.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you have a charge against you or your record is clean. It doesn't matter. Somebody's attacking you, man, and you have the right to defend yourself. That's the bottom line. You can't tell somebody how much force to use if you feel your life is being threatened. Come on. It's wrong. But you know, these black conservatives, they feel like they have the right to, you know.
You know what bugs me about the black conservative? When they gonna come and defend us for one time?
Never.
When they gonna, you know, like when are you gonna come and look at it and say, yo, this is really racist, and this one I can't, you know, I gotta go with my people. When are you gonna come through for us one time? That's why the black conservative, they're trash.
Never worry, because it'll
Yeah.
never happen.
Yeah.
You know why? Because they are the arms and the legs of the white supremacy, and they're just there to disparage black people. That's all they're there to do. You know, this is what we do. We disparage black people. We got to say bad things about them, you know, and we have nothing else to say. So I look at them and I go, oh man, what kind of suckers and fools they are. But I'm glad for one thing though, he don't call himself a Pan-Africanist no more. You know,
but it's gonna go against he going the conservative route, so he can't do that. It's gonna be, you know.
I'm glad because he's a defiant. And you know the funny thing is, his last name, man, is in my family. So I hope for sure he ain't my relative, you know. He looks like some of them. Damn, Brandon. Straighten out your act, man. What's going on in California? What kind of strange Negroes come from California, man?
Hey, man. Hey.
I just don't.
They got the voices now. We got to do, you know, New York lost their voice. Dollar Bill, you know, New York lost our voice a while back, man. All our greats, they deceased right now, man.
Yeah, man. They killed them. I think
nobody
they killed them all, man.
Nobody took the panel. Dollar Bill was talking about this the other day. Like, you think about it, if Amos, we had another predecessor to Amos, you know, a lot of this stuff would be dead, man. Just somebody, you know, on the sideline, you know.
It's a damn shame. Let's hear from our moderator, man. Dog Migo, what's up, man?
Yo, what's going on? You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
What's going on, Dave? What's going on, Dollar Bill?
Chilling, man. You know, just trying to keep things going, man. Collar got some business he got to handle.
What's good, bro?
Yeah, he said he went to Dallas or something, right?
Yeah.
Dallas.
Chilling out there, taking care of business. So I told him, man, I'd be more than happy to come on in, man. Try to fill a void in there. I know I can't do what you do, but I try to do the best I can do.
Nah, definitely. I'll say, yeah, you gotta start doing these, you know, when he going away and stuff.
Yeah, you gotta keep it, man. But earlier today, man, I'm on, but nobody could hear me, man. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, I joined and it was just like a black screen, but like, you know how like your profile picture was up? It wasn't no picture, it was just, you know, a screen.
That was it. You thought it was what's his name? The Black Authority.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on? I'm like, nah.
He said they Black Authority and hijacked the joint, man. He said it's all black. He ain't saying nothing, man. The Black Truth.
Right? Because I'm like, Colin been getting, you know, trolled heavy these past couple of days. I'm like, oh man, I thought he got hacked.
What's wrong with these naked crackers, man? The hell is wrong with these people, man? Now I can't even put people up there that don't look, you know, that haven't, you know, I'm looking, they got one profile. They're gonna have to show their face, man, if I don't know them. You know what I mean? Because these people are running up here and have a picture of a sister. Next thing I know, man, some craziness going on, man. The other night, man, it was a cracker with a small penis jumping up and screaming. I was like, what the hell is going on here? But I know what happens like that is people are scared, man. People are hearing the truth, and the truth hurts, and they don't want to deal with it. You got your Kung Fu Panda. The hell is Daisha? What the hell is Daisha, Kung Fu Panda? Oh my God, Kung Fu Fanta. He took that off Kung Fu Panda. You know, he's a Mzungu. He gonna say, I'm not a Mzungu. I'm not. I got a Kenyan wife. Yeah, I know how hard it is for the sisters out here. You got to get them a cracker, man. At least they think they do. Right?
No, it's just a self-hate thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even take it personal anymore. That just shows me, you know, how weak-minded, you know, a lot of our sisters are and brothers, you know?
Yeah, I think they just feel like they don't want to get along, man. Well, we, you know, and the situation is, it's work, right? You know, being with a woman and for many years, a woman being with a man for many years, it ain't an easy proposition, you know, man. You know, because you know, familiarity breeds contempt. But the whole thing is, man, you just have to. Sometimes you have to just shut up when you don't want to.
Nah, yeah, literally, yeah. A lot of people can't do that though, you know?
Yeah, you can't always say, you know, some people, you know, I want to speak what's on my mind. I want to tell you how I feel. No, I don't want to hear it. And you don't want to hear me. because sometimes you say certain things in the passion, right? And then you get caught up in it, man. And then it's, you're dealing in drama. So, and I used to have a relationship like that. I used to tell a sister every damn thing that was on my mind, shit that she was doing wrong in my mind, And one day she said, I'm just tired of hearing you talk. And I was thinking that, well, I'm trying to make this relationship. Everybody tell you got to communicate. And right now, what they say, you got to communicate.
Yeah, you got to communicate. Yeah, but
Right?
most people can't do that.
Yeah.
That's why, like nowadays, bro, I just like I don't even say nothing. Like if I don't like it, I just leave, and then they'll be like, "What happened?" I'm like, my future wife's not doing that. My future wife don't got male friends, don't do this, don't do that. So I'm like, I'm good. You know what I mean? If it don't benefit me, then I'm cool.
There you go.
Yeah, man. Because I'm like, that's how they be. You know what I mean? I'm like, nah, I'm not settling then. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, fuck that. I got one life, man. I'm gonna do what I want.
There you go.
Yeah, man.
You got one
Yeah,
life
I be
to
having fun out
live,
here.
and you can't be caught up, man, in arguments all the time, stress and
man.
tension. That's what kill a black man.
Literally, I be saying that, bro. No cap. Yeah.
I got to tell my son all the time, man. I be talking to my son. I be trying to tell him, man. I said, listen, when women do certain things, they're showing you. You got to know that they're showing you so you can listen. You don't want to listen, man, because see, your mind is all in the titties, man. The titties.
Yeah. A lot of black men is like that, though. They just be a slave to the lust. That's why it's important, to have a healthy relationship with, a young black woman when you're in like high school and shit like that. So you're not too, going crazy over the P. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too, because I know a lot of guys. That's why I had to, go away from a lot of, guys my age, because they just worried about pussy all day and like, that's it. All day. I'll be like, yo.
I was there. I'm not,
right?
In my youth, I was there, bro. I was there. And you
Yeah,
realize,
man.
after you realize, man, that I always tell young people, get a journal, get you a little composition book, and just start writing. And when you look at like the things you go through with your lady and different things, and you look back on it, and you be saying, damn, man, did I put up with all this crap? Because brothers put up with a lot of shit.
Some crazy stuff, right? Yeah.
And I be like, damn. You see a woman and she's fine and everything, and you're not saying to yourself, sometimes I used to see a brother be like, damn, where he get her from? And now I be like, man, I listen. I don't even look no more. I just listen. And I be like, damn, he got to put up with all that shit. He better off alone.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, bro. That's why I feel bad for you. That's why I don't say nothing. Because, bro, like, I've honestly been blessed to deal with a lot of beautiful women that actually like me. So it's like I get to hear, what I'm saying, all the things and stuff like that. And they'll tell me, like, I remember this one time I was like, oh, that's crazy. Like, this one girl told me, she was like, it was this one guy, he was, just kept asking to take her out to eat and stuff like that. And she finally, said yes. And she said, like, he pulled up and he looked too happy. And the fact that he looked so happy to get his money spent turned me off. And I was like, wow, that's crazy, right? Like, right? I was like, yo, I kind of understand her though, right? That's kind of like, dang, like, you kind of getting played, but like, at least like, I guess have a straight face on at least. I was like,
brother
wow.
was too happy.
Yeah, bro, it's really bad out here for the brothers, man, that try to do good.
Yeah, my son, he be attracting. I know you probably listening and looking probably say, damn, why you talking about business there? He be tracking some weird, like mean chicks. I be like,
yeah, I know. It's the East Coast, right? That's the East Coast for you, bro.
Yeah, I be like, where you get this chick from, man?
Yeah, they be mean as fuck over here.
I be like, damn. I was telling him one day, I was like, listen, son, where's the girl? Oh, she don't like y'all. And you cool with that?
Oh yeah, yeah, bro. I'm telling you, I'm like, man, it's too many ladies right now, to be like that, he could find him a good.
Then I had to, like, he got on the lust joint because he was like, Pop, I was telling me about this chick, man, and she's sending him all kind of naked pictures and stuff.
Oh man, yep.
And I'm like, He's like, Dad, you know, she's sending me naked pictures. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, yo, son, man, you can see right off the rip what she's trying to do.
Right? Yeah,
Right?
you know what that means.
Come on, you know, she already baiting you in the situation. She ain't trying to pull you in with conversation. She ain't trying to cook a nice meal for you. She just showing up her booty and stuff like that, man. And you bite the bait, man. You know. Plus, she done told you that she done card. She done, you know, she done messed up another dude's car and all that. I say you got a nice ride, man. Is it worth her scarring up your ride and all that shit? You know, but Dad, she's showing me this. I was like, look, man, listen, you know, it's better for you to choose, man, than to be chosen, bro. You know, you put the situation in hand, right? And you control it. And she got you on the lust tip, you'll be running around, man, for the rest of your life, man. She do a little something for you, and you know, you got to do a whole lot for her.
Yep.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, that's why it's important, you know, for as young black man, you just got to get money and just focus on you. Like, the ladies not going nowhere, you know what I mean? They not doing nothing
keep going
too
to the
extravagant,
gym,
you know?
working out. You know, he used to do that. He was working out when he was in college and going to the gym, and all kind of chicks was messing with him, man. And I told him, I said, listen, man, don't mess with the white chicks, bro. Right?
Yeah, right?
I
But
might
that
as
was
well have
real.
just told him, mess with the white chicks.
Yeah, bro, you gotta. You know what? You know what's funny, bro? Listen, I love black women to death, bro. I'll always say my first child will always, all my children will have to be, you know, 100% melanated black kids. But it's like I kind of understand why a lot of brothers go to the white women, because I know this one white girl, like, you know, and I told her what it is. I'm like, I'm not doing no mixed kid, you know, we just friends. But they are very, very good at motivating you with some words, you know? Like, they will say, I swear, dog, but they will say something to you. They'll be like, I always believed in you. I know you, you know, you like, you see what the type of man you are, like, you got that. I'm like, what? Like, these white girls is coming like this. I'm like, no wonder that, like, niggas just going to them in droves. Like, they coming crazy. Like, they know that now. Like, I think they know that about black women. They like, yo, like, y'all is letting a lot of these good brothers slide. We about to come over and take these niggas up. Like, y'all crazy. Y'all got potential right here, and y'all not gonna say some good words to get these niggas driving? Like, what? So that's why I feel like these white girls is coming in storms for us, because they know we got real skill, real potential.
Listen, I remember I was in journalism school, and the Jewish professor, all right, came at me one day. I had finished the test first, and he's like, I don't see your exam. That's how he used to talk. Man, them white girls jumped on that dude, man, and told him, man, he practically taught this class. They got in his shit quick. Okay. I was like, damn. You know what it is? It's just that our women, a lot of them, because of their situations with, you know, not even my generation, but the generation before me, did to some of our sisters. You know, our sisters would exclusively only date black men. You know, they held it down for generations. They would not. Only black women that was dating white men was prostitutes. Our sisters wouldn't be caught dead with a cracker. You understand? And in the 70s, a lot of our brothers blew it, man. We got this money. We started getting that money. For the first time, we started making that paper, and we went crazy, man. Started chasing these white chicks down and marrying them and having all kinds of babies and all kind of stuff, man. And we kind of left our sisters in the lurch, you know? And so, you know, it's a lot of them, they just afraid, you know, should I go 100%? You know, he gonna dog me anyway. He gonna do this and that to me, you know? And so those things need to be built up. You know, we need to build up our equity. That's why I always tell Kyle about that. I said, you know, we can't say certain things about the sisters, man, because a lot of these sisters, they got this thing. I'm gonna be honest. I was surprised. Like, my daughter got a boyfriend, And I was
Hello?
surprised, man, when she told me, because she's 34. I know him now. He's cool, brother. I like him and everything, man. He's a cool young man. Brooklyn cat too. And because for years,
Yo,
man,
Dollar
she would
Bill.
never bring anybody home. Never. I was waiting on him. But the brother is
Yo, you
so
can hear me,
nice,
Dollar Bill?
cool.
I think
You
my
can hear me?
connection went out.
You can hear me? Can you hear me, guys? Or
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, talk.
Wait,
talk
B
to
or
me.
him? I think Dollar Bill went out. I can't hear him.
No, I'm here. Yeah. So, I was waiting for the opportunity, Dog Migo and Dave, for this guy to come, see my daughter. That's one of the things you be waiting on. But I like that. Mobamba says, Dollar Bill, please ask your panel guests their reaction to being an African. If embraced, explain why and how you are African beyond your race. Identity often undergirds mindset. You guys want to take that, Dave? You want to take that? Again, Migo?
You started off, Dollar Bill. You started off.
Oh, you want me to start about?
Yeah, start
All
it
right.
off.
So, I got a cheat code because Baruti and I kind of like talked before about what it is to be an African. And, I think that to me, an African is your race, not just your cultural disposition, right? I believe it's your race. You're an African, that's your race. That's who you are, right? And people in the continent might have a distinct cultural thing, like Chuku, and Chuku didn't think I know. I was waiting for him to come back up. Chuku in Igbo means the creator. It doesn't mean the king. It means the creator. And so if you come from a particular culture in Africa, okay, I'm sure people feel that they're indigenous and, they hold that with high self-esteem, which is no problem. But I feel that I'm an African in the diaspora, and like them, I'm proud of my African identity, right? And I think everyone has their own African identity. People in the Caribbean have their African identity. I know people like to get up and say, well, we're more like this and we're more like that. And to me, that doesn't mean an African person is about being about other African people, right? It's about a person who loves his Africanness, right? I think when I was talking about early about the parties that the brother was telling me, was hipping me to about that happened in Louisiana. To me, that's their own African. And I know that people who are Zulus were probably angry with that because they said, well, that's not the real thing. But that's their cultural interpretation, okay, or what they were able to retain in this country. I see people from Africa dancing to, they're not like us and doing their own cultural interpretation. That's their own African. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not a Carib, but I like some Caribbean music. I even like
the
some
food,
hip-hop.
yep.
I got into hip. Let me tell you, you're gonna laugh. And I'm not trying to take away from the question, Brody. I'll get back. I got into dancing reggae because I was like 18 and me and my boy used to hang out in front of my house on the stoop. And these two West Indian sisters, man, they were dancing and stuff. And we said, where you going? They were going to a party right on the block. And they invited us in, man. And that's the first time they taught us how to wine and stuff. I said, oh man, this is fun.
Yeah, they be going crazy with that dance.
I loved it. You know what I'm saying? And so that's how I got into the music. But go ahead. Tell me what you feel about the reaction to be calling an African brother Dave.
No, I mean, to be African, I think it's like you said, it's your race. It's just your race. It's just identifying your race. To me, that's how I look at it. You could be in Detroit and be African. It's just, I don't think you need to be born in Africa to be African. I just, like you just said, it's just your race. And just a lot of people, like you said, with Pan-Africanism, a lot of people get it twisted. Like they think it's an organization or, yeah, it's an organization, but it's more set of a mindset. Just everybody looking out for one another because we're Black. That's all. Because of our trauma, all of our years of enslavement, our years of being behind. That's all it is. To me, that's how I look at Pan-Africanism. And not just Pan-Africanism, but just being African. Anybody I look at as Black, I just try to look out for them,
There you go. What about you, Dog Migo?
Nah, yeah, I kind of agree with with Dave's position, but I'm like, what does he mean, like phenotypical wise, or is he saying like, I don't know, mental wise? I don't really understand. What does he mean?
Like you mean you don't understand like what it means to be African? Like just
Nah. I thought he was saying like, is it like Black Americans? Like, are we like
no, like just being Black, just being a Black person.
Like,
it's just people that just being African. That's what I'm just saying.
It's hard to understand Barudi's fucking questions sometimes.
Yeah, okay. I was just trying, because I'm like, we definitely African, like physical and genetic wise. Like, come on.
What's good, bro? What's good, bro?
What's up, y'all? Peace.
What's good, man?
Yes, sir. We got everybody back except for Big Black, man. Come on back, Big Black. Come on back, man. I seen you hanging out there on Dynasty's show today, man. Come back.
I was watching that shit earlier.
Bring him back.
Oh, what's up with Dynasty's show and these Indians lately, man? What's going on? What's going on?
I don't know, man.
Like, I don't understand it because Dynasty's channel is more for his tours to go to Africa, and I don't understand these Indians don't got nothing to do with Africa. What are they out there for? What's the point? They trying to convert? They trying to convert people or something?
Because his titles
or should be getting views. I think that's why.
Yeah, he be having them titles and shit, like he be attracting them. He have some crazy shit.
Oh, that's what I got to do to get somebody to join the Ubuntu title. I got to put some Indian headdress.
Yeah, you got to put a crazy title and a crazy AI picture. That's what Dynasty do. They be pulling up.
I'm gonna have to get me some Indians on there, put some headdress on there, man. Oh yo. I saw Jaheim. He thought he was an Indian.
But that's the new thing that attracts people. Like if you do rage bait, you know what I mean? Like
okay,
shit like that. Like they'll come in here. Yeah, that's kind of why Khaled get a lot of views. Like it's not necessarily rage bait because he's serious, but people get mad at him, so that's why they be in here.
Yeah, that collar, they coming for your neck, man. What happened to the other continental Africans, man? Where's Elvis, man? I saw he was walking around with his tiger thing on, trying to figure out where he at.
They probably, because Colin said he wasn't going to be here. They probably don't even know you going. I didn't think. I just happened to look. I was like, wait a minute. I thought they wasn't. I thought he wasn't having a show.
Yeah, it didn't like go out to
everybody
people.
about Dallas. Okay. Damn, Colin, you see, you can't be doing that. Tell people, hey, you ain't gonna be in town. Folks like, okay, Colin ain't on tonight.
Now you know what it is. I think it's because you did the first stream and it was like notified, but like this new one wasn't notified, so we had to just click it.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to get through, man. It was the Black Truth on there, man. Except you couldn't hear me. I was like, damn, man. But I guess as I do them, we'll get better. Next time I should have taken a trial run and then saying, just a little short. And then we're going to come back and do what we do. Even Jonathan Miller. I don't know what Jonathan Miller is. I got to start getting these people's stuff so I can invite them. Let me put this back also in the screen. Oh, that's when you invite a guest. Okay. It's still open, right? I can put another. Yeah, I'm going to put it in the thing again. Anybody else want to come up, except for strange white people and their penises and all kind of shit?
Yeah, that shit crazy. They did it again. I'm like, what the fuck?
Y'all can keep that strange shit alone, man, please. Damn. Where the hell did that happen from? These crackers, man. Kung Fu Panda, man, tell your peoples, man, that they need.
I thought it was him doing that. But that's how white people be trolling, though, bro. Like, they think gay stuff is funny. I'm like, all right, like,
Oh, man.
that's not funny.
I was like, what the hell happened here, man? Diggity dang, man. At least it could have been some white woman with big titties or something. God damn. Nobody want to see nobody penis, man. Man.
Yeah, that was some sick
Glad
shit.
I had no food in my mouth or to spit that shit out. You know? All that weird shit. Let me see if I got. Hold on, let me double check. I'm gonna go. Guys, keep talking. I'm gonna try to put on my other one.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That question could go either way. Shit. Africans stay out of Africa. I could go either way.
Nah, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But it go either way because I feel like we should just, probably just do both. You know what I mean? Like, I think that would probably be the best option, really.
Yeah, I mean, because really, most African Americans are not thinking about going to Africa. Because even when they was going back to Liberia, a lot of African Americans didn't want to go. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because probably, like what Colin be saying, like we are first world people, so niggas don't really be wanting to go over there and develop. Probably, I understand.
A lot of people not going where they want to go now. Shit.
Facts. Too much shit going on over there.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. That's each his own. If you want to go, God bless. If you don't, God bless you too. It's either way.
Yeah. I'm cool. I'll wait for a couple years. I don't want to go
I don't know,
now.
man. If I was young, man, I'd get out there, man. Some of them sisters are so fine.
Yeah, they do be. But
Yeah,
they be
I mean,
burnt too.
you know.
I'm like, I don't know.
I was in my 30s, bro.
Yeah, Africa has the lowest age in the world. They say, like, the youngest people. So.
Man, some of them sisters is fine as hell, man. They be on TikTok. I watch them on TikTok, man.
Yeah. Man, the ones that be coming out here would be tough too.
They be dropping it like it's hot down there on the TikTok, bro.
Oh, yeah, with the African dances and shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, for sure.
I checked that out on TikTok, man. I was like, God damn, man. I was 30, man. I'll be down there playing. I told my son, he's 30. I said, you crazy, man. Matter of fact, I had met a young lady, man, from Gambia. I was trying to hook him up with, man. And I was talking to her. I said, I got a son and blah, 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 blah. And, I hooked him up with the phone number, the WhatsApp joint. She's fine as wine, man. I said, man, she said, I don't know. Your son don't really like me. I was just stupid. Said to myself, stupid mother. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's mad women, bro. It's so
30
many,
years ago,
bro.
I'd be tearing you up. Shit. Trying to get this. I ain't got no grandkids now, man. I said, man, she give a couple of 3 or 4 of them shiny black kids, man. I'd be happy in the motherfucker. Get over there, bro. I told him, man. I said, son, I even stake you, bro. Don't worry about it. I give you some cash to stake you, bro. Just do the right thing. Get your little business going. Ain't no way in the world, bro. I'll be staying in here dealing with, no disrespect to the sisters, man, but there's no damn way in the world. If I was in my 30s, I'd be dealing with some of the crazy chicks be talking about 5 kids, talking about they looking for a guy who's making $100,000.
Yeah, the modern woman is a modern woman.
So y'all not gonna go to Africa?
Huh?
Go visit? I say y'all not gonna go visit?
Oh yeah, I am. But I'm saying if I was a young cat, I be going down there and planting the
No,
flag.
Amigos, you ain't touched down yet? You ain't
Not
touched
yet.
down?
I want to do this collars thing. Yeah, I didn't
Y'all
touch down, but
scared?
I'm just
What's
saying.
up, huh? Y'all scared?
I ain't scared. No, no.
No, not you, Dollar Bill. Are you an OG? I'm talking about the homies. Right? Y'all scared? What's up?
Nah, I'm not scared. Like I just want to get some more money first. Like, I feel
Nah, it's expensive though. Nah,
right?
like I
I'm
said,
like,
you gotta get ready for it.
bands. And I'm like, what?
You see that kid, Austin Holloman down there in Kenya? Oh my God! You see his professional trainer? I like them Kenyan women. All of them, even the skinny ones, got big booties.
Nah, yeah, they all get like that.
I be like,
damn. Yeah, them motherfuckers got some big ass foreheads though, man.
I don't care, man. Forget the forehead. Push back the forehead. They be having a little
Africa's
slim
diverse,
waist.
bro. Africa's very diverse, brother.
Yeah, it's the most diverse in the world. So
Very diverse, bro.
Yeah.
I was 30. I probably had like 5 kids, man, in 2 years.
Man, they be expensive, man. I be wanting to have kids. I'm like, nah, I gotta wait, man.
You have them down there. You are, as long as you don't bring them back, you good.
They're gonna be automatic citizens.
Oh yeah, if I was in Africa, man, I probably have 1,000 kids. Shit.
Exactly. I'll go with his bullshit again.
Oh, this motherfucker.
Amigo, man. Izango, man. You just why you gotta bother with the brother, man? You always messing with you, man. Why? Why, Zongo? Why you always trying to press with the brother, man? Let me present my joint. Man. Always trying to mess with Doc Migo's getting his cash, man.
Yeah, I
brother's
just flexed
doing
the
his
bread on
thing.
him just now. He playing what? I'm just like, I'm not paying $4K to go. You know what I mean? Like, I got $4K.
Put the money down on
do something else. He can't come up here and show nobody.
Area, they made mistakes over there, Dollar Bill. They shouldn't. They should.
Like Zongo, why you? He come to Seattle, man, and want to mess with them chicks with flat behinds and shit. I don't understand. You in Ghana? You seen them chicks in Ghana? God, diggly. They thicker than Heinz ketchup.
Oh, he in Seattle. He got the.
Oh yeah, they
some fine joints in Ghana too.
South Africa, Ghana, they thick.
Oh
man.
my God! You come up here and you want to date them old flat, little white girls, man. I just can't see it. I don't know, man. I just don't know, bro. I don't see it. I be in Ghana, man. They be calling me Nana in Ghana, Oh, Baba. Shit. I don't play around. I got married in what is it? In May. My wife was pregnant in June, bro. I didn't play around. Especially on a young cat. What? Let me present my screen. I didn't play around. Got all them
Bro, you
fine.
better come up here and show some money. I just showed $1,000. You better do that, Zongo.
Zongo ain't got no money.
Before he started a war, right? Like what?
Zongo give his money to white women. Here we go, guys. I'm gonna put my joint right here on. This is another Ubuntu King joint.
Shut up, Zongo. Shut the fuck up.
About to go on a wild ride. In my last video, I broke down how white supremacists are using anti-black and brown groups to create this whole xenophobic mess in the black community. But today, oh boy, today we're diving into something even spicier. We're talking about why I think, now hear me out, tribalism should be abolished in Africa. Yeah, you heard that right. It's time to put those tribal differences in a museum and move on. I mean, come on, we've got bigger fish to fry. Now let me tell you something. Back in the 50s, there was this leader in the biggest country in Asia. You know which one I'm talking about. And he had the same tribalism problem we're facing in Africa. I mean, his country was so fragmented, it was like a jigsaw puzzle thrown into a blender. And you know what happened. Foreign powers swooped in like vultures, using drugs to control the people. But, here's where it gets interesting. After this whole debacle, the guy gets elected chairman. And what does he do? He doesn't sit in his fancy office. No. He goes on this epic long march through the country. I'm talking about walking so much his shoes probably begged for mercy. And boom, Just like that, he starts eliminating tribalism. Now his people are one people, Chinese, just like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, let's bring it back to Africa. You know, sometimes I think we've got more tribes than we have people. It's like every family's got their own micronation or something. And don't get me wrong, cultural diversity is beautiful, but when it starts tearing us apart, that's when we've got a problem. It's like, having 100 different TV remotes for one TV. It just doesn't work. Think about it. We're so busy fighting among ourselves that we can't see the bigger picture. It's like we're playing checkers while the rest of the world is playing chess. And you know who benefits from this? Not us, that's for sure. It's time we wake up and smell the unity, people. We need to break down these tribal barriers before they break us. I mean, come on, we're all on the same team here. So, what's the solution? I'll tell you what that Asian leader did next. He reached out to his diaspora. That's right. He called up all his people scattered around the world and said, "Hey, come help us rebuild this joint." And you know what? It worked. They turned that country into a powerhouse. It's like they had a family reunion and decided to renovate the whole continent. Now imagine if we did that in Africa. Imagine if we said, forget about being Zulu or Igbo or Kikuyu. We're all African. I'm talking about one people, Black African. Put the tribe in the museum where it belongs, right next to the dinosaur bones and ancient pottery. It's not about erasing our history. It's about creating our future. You know, like keeping your childhood photos but not insisting on wearing diapers to work. Listen, folks, I'm not saying this is going to be easy. Change never is. But if we want Africa to survive and thrive in this crazy world, we've got to do this. We've got to become one people. So here's my challenge to you. Start seeing yourself as African first. Talk to your neighbors, your friends, your family. Spread this message of unity, because at the end of the day, we're all in this together. And together, we can build an Africa that'll make the whole world sit up and take notice. Let's do this, people. It's time to show the world that Africa isn't just a continent. It's a powerhouse in the making.
Hope y'all like that. Let
Nah,
me
yeah, I
stop
fuck with it.
chat.
I was gonna say, I know you definitely wrote that script though, because the AI voice, he was like, he in this joint. I was like, oh yeah, Dollar Bill wrote that.
Nah. Well, you know what, ICP? Black, and when you say black and African should be the same thing. They should be synonymous with one another. So when you say black, you saying African. So there's no, no disrespect. Let's see what the Zongo native got to say. That ain't happening, Dollar Bill. The ethnicities in Africa are the bedrock. That's why they're going the bedrock down to the ocean. Right? It's the bedrock that's going down to the ocean. And I'm not trying to get on you, Zongo, but look at you. You're a Zongo native, right? And I keep telling you, you ADOS. You're an African and descendant of slavery. You just a descendant of the slave trade that happened before the triangle slave trade, right? And you guys don't realize and recognize that. Put it in the museum where it belongs. You could study it. You can have your festivals. You can even have your parades, Get out and shake your ass once a year. You can do all that. But black people got to come first. Black and African has to be synonymous first. There should no way that you be looking past a black kid because he's in another tribe that he don't deserve to get free education, that he doesn't deserve, if he's the smartest kid in the class, that he deserves, to be working in the benefit of Africa because he doesn't belong to the right tribe. So nepotism can go on. And a person who's a buffoon and an idiot, who's well connected, he should be taken over. That's our issue with Africa. You understand? Our issue is that if a young man or a young woman are the best and the brightest, despite their affiliation, they should be the ones that are in power. They are the ones that should be leading industry. But you know what? You keep having these old cats in there. They're 70, 80 years old. They haven't done anything but steal from the people. And they get 10% of what white folks exploit the continent for. And they're all in poverty, but the world couldn't use a telephone without them. There's an issue with that. And that issue is tribalism. That tribalism is causing all of the problem in Africa. It's allowing other people to come, okay, and take what you have and then sell it back to you at a price that you can't even afford. Isn't that crazy? How come you got the best soil in the world and you buying stuff from Europe, and Europe don't even have wild animals? They don't even have the manure you guys. They don't even got the cows you got. You know, it's ridiculous. And the same thing can be said for France. Why do we feel that's okay? This is some of the reasons that we said, should African Americans just stay out of Africa? Right? Because of some of these leaders, some of these people in their mindset that do not want, I don't care how long, you know, well, this is our culture. Good. Put culture where we have American Museum in New York City. We've got the Guggenheim. The Jewish people got their own museum. You know why? Because that's where culture belongs, in the damn museum. Guys, tell me what you think.
Yeah, I think you got a good point.
I agree, Dollar Bill. I want to talk about something too with this tribalism thing. It has to be thrown in the museum. What goes on in Africa is, you see, we look at the government, but the underlining part we don't look at is the traditionalists, the tribal chiefs, those kings. Those are the guys that really control everything that goes on in Africa, because they control it through the traditions and the tribes. So what goes on is, you might have a government official, but he's still in a tribe. You understand me? So he's still
There
got
you go.
affiliation. He's still got affiliation with these chiefs, and he's still involved in some of these traditional societies. So what goes on now is, the chief is the middleman. He's in the middle of the action. He's the one really promoting the tribalism. Because now look, if I get my people into, like, you know, Western ideology, maybe they learn English or maybe they learn science, I lose my power. So what they do is they keep their people in the tradition. Oh, you gotta remember, it's your tradition. You gotta remember, it's your tradition, you know? And they play it on the people, so they keep them, you know, they keep them in handcuffs. They can't do nothing. They're not learning nothing new. They're not learning about nobody else. They just in that tribal circle, and the chiefs are in control of it. If you want to do the development, even in some of these African villages, you got to go through the chiefs.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man.
More than the government official. The government official will say, okay, I'll do it. The chief gonna pick up the phone call. Hey, man, no. You know, because he'll lose power. Certain schools, you can't even build schools in some of these villages. That's why, you know, you go there. He want everybody to speak his language. You don't want nobody to speak English. You're gonna lose power.
Hey, Dave. Sometimes don't the tribal law supersede, like, the government too?
Yes. On tribal land. Yes.
So yeah.
Yes. So these things, you know, like you said, Dollar Bill, it has to go in the museum. We have to have some type of culture revolution on the continent. There has to be. There has to be. Because it's going to hold everything back. You know, think about in Liberia. A lot of those problems came from the chiefs. If you're a settler, you coming from America, maybe you want to do something good. The chief gonna step on it. Maybe you want to build up the village. Now everybody in the village learning English. They don't know their tribal dialect as they used to now. Chief lose power. I like English. I like communicating with brothers. I like the sciences and the arts. I don't want to be in the tribe. I mean, I'm still in the tribe, but I'm exploring other things. They don't want that. They lose power.
Nobody said delete them, IC3. We said put them
you see that?
in the museum where they
That's what they
belong.
do. That's what they're gonna be hostile. They're gonna be hostile.
Oh yeah.
If you say no, we don't want cotton tree rituals, they're gonna be hostile. Oh, you taking our tradition. You want to colonize us. Yeah.
You the white man. You came here bringing the white man.
Some of the settlers came. Some of the,
I was watching a documentary about Liberia saying that.
Some of the settlers come. Oh, yo, my man, you can't do slavery, bro. Oh, you trying to control me. You trying to rule over me. I want to sell slaves. No, you can't do it, bro. It's a moral time. You can't. I want to sell slaves. Yeah, they're gonna argue with you. It's my tradition.
Could you imagine this? Africans thought that they had the right to sell slaves.
That's what they're gonna
and
tell
white
you.
people in America thought they had the right to keep human beings in slavery. It was like it was like a marriage, man. In heaven for them.
Yeah,
You had people that were willing, that didn't care about the value of human life. It meant nothing to them. And then you had about a person. You had supply and you had demand, right?
Yeah.
And so this is why I think I hate to go back to Wakanda, right? But I always call Kala Killmonger.
Nah, Kala's T'Challa, man.
T'Challa? I'll be Killmonger then.
Yeah, I'll be Killmonger. I like
Killmonger because I can't. I'm coming to just shake shit up.
Yeah, I think Kala would be like a T'Challa. He would be more diplomatic, want to work with people.
Yeah, I'm the radical. I want to shake shit up.
I'll be like,
put this stuff in the museum.
Killmonger to destroy all of them motherfuckers.
I can't help to see young kids, man.
Before build anything, you gotta get rid of. You gotta put the tradition in the museum.
Absolutely.
I'm
gonna build a museum so they can put it in there. They don't have to work.
Even name, like I said, even name some towns and stuff out there. No, we're not saying, oh, we're throwing it away. We're gonna name a town. We're gonna name a city. We're gonna name a street.
There you go.
Try, that's what white people do.
Yeah, get you your
but in
festivals.
the same breath, we doing modernization. We're going this bridge. Okay, name it Mobutu Bridge. Okay, no problem.
What the hell is IC3? I gotta put him up. What's IC? Let's bring IC3. IC is IC, man. What's on your mind? You're looking like a
greetings.
Greetings, my brother.
Let's deal with this issue. The continual clash with Black America and the African tribes, right? So I get your point. The Black Americans are saying, listen, we've got to put this tribalism in the museum. Now, the Africans, when they hear that, they're going to say, what do you mean put that in the museum? Are you going to disrespect my identity, my lineage, and so on? That's how it sounds to them. And you say, well, no, we respect it. We're going to put it in the museum. We're not going to put it in the dustbin. We're not going to put your tribes in the dustbin. We're going to put them in a museum. A museum's used for dead things. That's how they hear it. I understand from the American point of view. I understand what you guys are saying. But when an African hears that, they say, look at these Black Americans, man. These people are crazy. Don't let them over here. Don't let them get any power over here. So I understand that angle. Now, then you mentioned Africa. And the word, you see this word. Every time you hear this word, you know it's trouble. It's a very big word. Should. See that? Should. Watch out for that word. So it was used earlier. Oh, Africa should mean black. It does not. African, the word African or African identity is useless and pointless without black identity. But we understand that from a global point of view. But a lot of Africans are saying, listen, this black identity, it never came from us. It came from the white man, right? So we're not black. So because Africans don't see themselves, well, not all, but in general, the tribalists and the religious people and the Muslims and the Christians saying, well, it's not about black. It's not about skin color. That's all racism. That means that they can let all kind of white supremacists join their tribe and become chief. And they think that because a white person comes from the West, goes over to Africa, and then they anoint him as chief, and he's wearing chief stuff, that he's not white supremacist. Because he dug a well or something, he's not white supremacist.
Or eats fufu.
Yeah. Or they can speak the language better than black Americans. There's white people can go to Africa, they're eating fufu, digging wells, drilling oil, talking the language, eating fufu, as you said. And so the Africans then say, well, oh, this white man, this white woman, oh, they're much better than the black Americans. They really care about us. Not realizing that most Africans got no concept of white supremacy. They don't know, they can't understand how it works. But because we over here, we blacks have suffered that, we understand the game. We know how the trick is, you know, but they can't get their head around it.
Well, see, the problem is, I was talking about that last night. This lady, I think her name is Jane Goodall. She went to Africa to study apes, and as a young woman, and she fell in love with the apes, so much so that they accepted her into their society because she had a lot of them when they were little apes.
Hey man, is that the lady that stayed with them apes for like all her life?
Yes.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
I was trying to tell Elvis yesterday, if this woman has been accepted by apes because she knows the culture of apes, does that make her an ape?
Right.
Now, he couldn't understand that concept because he said, well, we're talking about human beings. I said, well, let's go any further. Let's say she had a baby. Would her baby be Tarzan or Jane? See, they don't understand the insidiousness of white people.
Exactly.
When white people came to this country in America, it was full of Native Americans. They had nations. They had millions of people, and only 25, 30 crackers came on a boat, okay, to the Americas. And when it wasn't even America when they got here, right? They landed on Plymouth Rock, right? And they got here, they started being nice to the Indians, and the Indians was giving them gifts and stuff. And they said, wow, what a nice people. Then they wrote about them and told them how stupid they are and how they could put them all in chains and kill them. So they came back the next year, and that's exactly what they did.
That's right. That's right.
They put them in chains and they killed them all. And then they put what was less on the reservations.
Yes.
They probably even gave them some Negroes. That's why they got these black Indians running around here. They gave them a few Negroes as slaves just to get in their good graces so they could slaughter them all.
Yeah,
right?
They slaughtered all the bison too. All the bison.
They took everything they could get their hands on.
But
And
they have
see
been
some-
unable to do that with Africa.
And Africa doesn't
they can't do
realize
it.
Morocco and those northern parts of Africa have already been taken by the Arabs.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yes, but not Sub-Sahara.
Not only
Yeah.
that, they couldn't go into the interior of Africa because it was too, it had too many like malaria and all kind of shit that they couldn't survive. They wouldn't be able to survive. So they had to have the African go in interior and bring the slaves out to them.
Yeah. The Swahili coast. So what I'm saying is these people don't understand, they're naive as hell. They think white people love them. They think that because they eat the fufu and they put on the dress. Now, if we do it, it's cultural appropriation. Why are you appropriating? Look at what's going on right now. The brother was talking about Louisiana.
Oh, the Zulu. Yeah, the Zulu.
They're
shit.
angry with us, but they're not angry with white people wearing dashikis and shit, walking around. They love it. They're flattered. If it was white people who were a bunch of Zulus, they'd be
they'd be
doing it
flattered
hard.
then. Yeah, they'd be
They
flattered
be like,
then.
they recognize us. They know us. We've made it. White people have accepted us. They're
Okay.
Zulus too. They're white Zulus.
Okay, so let me come from the other side now. So the Black American argument is strong, and the strength is it goes with the dollar. The power and the value of the dollar is because it is generated a lot by the Black people as a part of American culture. You see, so Black music, Black culture, so it's generating, and even the abuse of Black people in America generates value in the dollar, and the whole world is chasing the dollar. So I understand when the Black Americans say, "Hey, we want our share of this dollar because we're putting all this value. We are suffering. It's our blood, it's our creativity that's putting value into the dollar." And the whole world wants the dollar. So therefore, we want our share of the dollar. So Africa looks over and says, look, the Black Americans are screaming for their share through reparations, basically. Screaming for their share, and they have not got it. And they're being abused. And so it's a mirror situation. The white supremacists are going to Africa and mining the gold, diamond, oil, and all this stuff, and giving the Africans a bad deal. And when the Africans look over to America, they say, "Well, wait a minute. The white supremacists are doing the same thing. They're mining the creativity, the talent of everything of Black Americans, and not giving them a fair share." So Black Americans are in no position to tell us what to do because they're being abused over there. You see, so you got to look on you got to be able to look on the mirror side. That's how you Black Americans look. That's how you appear. Because you're being mined. Your head, your brain, it's like it's got a drill, and they're drilling into the Black American brain and body and mining value out of it, which helps the dollar. And then they're being abused by the dollar, even though it's a love-hate situation. Everybody's chasing the dollar, which is basically the white supremacy.
I'm not chasing a dollar. I want the gold. I want the diamond. I want the silver. Because
where's that?
Money is just a fiat thing.
Well, where's the gold?
But I'm saying to you, let me tell you something. When Black people started protesting for South Africa, I thought that we at least should have got some of those deals with the diamonds, right? But they kept the same deals with the De Beers and the white companies. So the white Jewish men with the big hats are in control of the diamonds. We could have been selling the diamonds in America. We could have had a hegemony with South Africa and diamonds. They could have had a deal with us. They didn't
But
want
who's
to do it.
slow down a bit. Who Black Americans?
Hold
Who's
on
us?
Hold on one second. When Oroco TV decided to sell Oroco TV, they didn't come to the Black American moguls and ask them if they wanted some of that African business in terms of the studio. They went to the French. Okay. I don't like Tyler Perry, but Tyler Perry is one of the biggest moguls, okay, in the business. He had the money to pay for a Roku TV, but they weren't even considered. They went to the French.
Too right. Why should they go to the Black Americans?
What did you say?
Too right. Why should they go to the Black Americans?
What
If
have
the black
what have whites done to us?
No, you said you're making a point that the Africans should have done a deal with the diamonds, the gold, and so on with Black America.
Yeah.
Yes, but listen, Black America, there is no Black America. It's just black people in America. If the Black America they tried earlier on, they did try.
They did the deal with Jewish people. The De Beers Company allows Hasidic Jews to run the Diamond District in America, and the Arabs are into it. The damn rappers done put the Arabs into it that are on the deal, and they're making all kinds of jewelry that they're getting out of Africa because they're able to mine. The Lebanese and them are able to mine and get gold or buy gold for cheap in Africa.
Yeah,
that's how they got Jacob the jeweler.
Okay, so what's the point in making? What's the point in making?
The point is that Africa and Africans in America, when you say there's no Black America, you're absolutely wrong. There's HBCUs that could be dealing directly with Africa. There's African, there's Caribbean countries in the America that can be.
What's an HBCU? Let's walk through this. What
historically?
You said it's Black
College and University.
Black College and University.
Yes, there's several of them.
Okay, so are they subject to the American government? Do they have to do what the American government says? The FBI and all these people got jurisdiction within their.
They're just schools.
Right. Are those schools registered and recognized by America?
That's called accreditation, yeah.
Right. So therefore, how it appears, even though it's called Black, how it appears to the rest of the world that there is no Black America. They're just Black people and Black colleges in America.
They're wrong.
The Black state. You have to have a Black state in the Americas before people say, you know what, we can do deals with Black America.
Well, you know why I believe you're wrong.
You
know why you're wrong, IC3? Because a lot of the African leaders, including Kwame Nkrumah, went to school in Black America, and they went to school in Black American schools.
And who taught them?
Black Americans.
And who controls the schools?
The Black Americans control that school.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
After Kwame Nkrumah, what kind of education? Black, until there's a Black state in the Americas.
He went to a Black school, and he had Black professors, and not just him. There was another leader in Nigeria. He's not. Oh, a lot of.
You still haven't got it. Let's have this discussion. You're saying that there is a Black America. I'm saying there isn't. You're saying just because a school has a Black over it, it's like McDonald's. It's a burger place. It's just a black how can you say franchise, but the franchise is owned by it's a brand.
It's a historical black college and university. We got more than anybody else.
White supremacy. It's still under white supremacy. It's registered and recognized by the white supremacists. So
everything in here is registered by white supremacy. That doesn't matter.
What do you mean? Say it again.
Everything in America is registered under white supremacy. The Chinese, did they let that stop them?
The Chinese are under the system of white supremacy. That's why they're trying to get together with Brazil, Russia, India, South.
I'm talking about the Chinese in America sent their children to white schools in America like Harvard, like MIT, until they built themselves up. Now their stuff is more competitive than Harvard in all those countries. They went there under white supremacy.
Yes. So under white supremacy, the white supremacists decide how well you prosper within the system. That is why you have the BRICS alliance trying to escape.
But see, that's not what we were talking about. What we're talking about is they're African leaders, and Africans go to black colleges and universities to get specific educations, right? We've been doing this for a long time. Tuskegee, right? And because of that, they could benefit. When I said to you that Tyler Perry, even though I don't like him, is one of the biggest moguls in Hollywood, he could afford to buy a Roku TV. That's not white supremacy. He's owned by him, a black man.
Okay, slow that down. So let's go into what Black America is now. Okay, let's challenge the Black Americans on Black America. It's going to be a tough one. Right. Here's the statement.
Richest black man in the world is a black American.
Rich,
billionaire.
Black people that the white supremacists that have their money in white bank accounts, white controlled banks, are black people that are allowed to do that. It's just token Negro.
No, he didn't allow. He happened to be a brilliant black man, and in spite of it, he was able to do. The first black billionaire in the world was named Butch Lewis.
Listen, if there's no black banks, it's all rubbish. It means nothing.
We have black banks. We don't have enough, but we have black banks.
Your money, wherever your money is stored, they're the ones in absolute control. That's why Black Americans made a good effort and succeeded for a time in establishing black banks. They were doing well.
We had black banks. We had black insurance companies.
We're not going to a history binge. We're talking about the future now. And I'm talking about the present. There are no black controlled banks.
Not true.
Central bank.
Not true. Carver Bank is a black bank. There's several black banks under control of blacks. Not true. Even this guy who's a rapper, Mike something, got his own bank.
Okay, so let me correct. You have to have a black central bank. And central banks go.
How are we gonna have a central bank if we don't have a black country? That makes no sense.
Now we're talking. So you're brilliant in question. You said, how can we have a central bank if we don't have a country? Perfect. You got it just right. You said it. That is why I said there has to be a black state or nation on the continent of the Americas, not a black department of white America, of white supremacist controlled America. The Americas, as in terms of the land mass, there has to be a nation or something where like Mexico was trying to become its own country or something like that.
Mexico is its own country.
Pardon?
Mexico is its own country. I think the problem is you guys from Europe don't know America. I know y'all think y'all know, but y'all don't know. It's not your fault.
All right, tell me about the white supremacist control of the black universities. You said the HSBCU. You were saying that the Africans should have done deals with the black universities, diamond deals, gold deals, all those deals, rather than going to the white people. They should have done deals with the HSBCUs or something like that. You said
HBCU, historical black colleges and universities.
Yeah, but I'm saying that those historical black colleges and universities, they're still under the system of white supremacy. They have been registered to a separate black state to be black.
That's not fair. Chinese banks and Chinese schools are registered in white America. Lebanese banks, Lebanese schools are in white America. So that's not the issue.
What's the issue?
The issue is that these people, for whatever reason, because they don't know Ubuntu, they don't practice any of that stuff about working together, would never consider, okay, doing certain things with African Americans and Caribbeans. I saw the lady, I think she's from Barbados. She's trying to work directly with Africa because the tariffs are killing her economy. They depend on the tariffs that come through America.
Yeah.
She wants to deal with Africa directly. The problem is most African countries are under, those Francophone countries are under white supremacy because they have to do their banking through France.
The Caribbean is under white supremacy.
Well, how is it that the Chinese were under white supremacy, the Japanese, and they're getting up over white supremacy?
They're not over. That is why the BRICS alliance, they're trying to.
Right.
Is trying to deal with the West, the WASPs. White Anglo-Saxon, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
And there's really not that many white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Yeah, but they're smart. That's why.
You only got 10%. Most of the whites that we know today are not really white. They're just buffer whites. They're whites trying to get into whitehood because white people, really, it's not that many of them. That's why there's more Africans, more Indians, and more Chinese than white people.
So what?
Well,
it's quality over quantity.
It's not quality, it's psychological. It's psychological.
Where is their control? They're running things.
You're under control. You're under control because you think that people are bigger than they are. Do you know if you look at the map as we see it today, is out of proportion. Africa is actually smaller than it actually is. Africa, Nigeria alone can hold 3 Americas.
Yeah, I know this. So what?
All right.
No, well, you say so what?
Yeah, what's the point you're making?
The point is that when you're psychologically impaired, it's your perception of reality that makes you think you're under control and people have power over you that they don't have.
Correct.
So white supremacy is not stopping black people, in Africa and the Caribbean and America to work together.
Stopping nobody.
We're stopping themselves because we keep thinking that the white boogeyman is going to come and get us.
Yep, exactly.
We keep talking about the mafia. The mafia at its prime only had about 300 people. We keep talking about nobody can kill more than we can, but we have put ourselves under the psychological thing that white people can kill better than we can kill. We kill each other fiercely all over the world at a drop of a dime. There's no greater killers than us.
Okay,
So
what's the solution now?
so you ready to kill that white supremacy in your mind? You're done.
What's the way to do it now? Let's put
So
solutions
you have
down.
to educate yourself first to understand that you got a problem.
Okay.
See, the thing is, I'm telling you about a system of HBCUs that black people have been, despite all of the things you've been saying, have been educating other black people around the world for the last 200 years. And
I
you
heard it's from the Boule. The black Boule run the HBCU.
Oh man, it's black. There's black people. Stop that Boule shit. There's regular black people that go to school in Africa, man. Kwame Nkrumah with no damn Boule. Stop it.
Do you know what I mean by Boule? You heard about the Boule?
Yeah, man, I heard about the bullshit. Jack and Jill. Man, please, man. All that shit is a remnant of the past. Ain't no Boule be walking around here. Come on, man. Black people got to stop the boogeyman. Stop it. There's no Boule.
Exposed all that shit, man. You gotta go watch some
Stop being
Steve
scared.
Coker.
Stop being scared. And trust me, if there was a Boule, Negroes like Master P, okay, who get on the microphone and make shit sounds and make millions of dollars on record, they wouldn't be making it. You got a Negro go, ooh, nah, and make millions of dollars. Okay?
Yeah, who controls the...
He controls himself. Nobody's controlling him. Listen, this is the thing.
Who controls the music?
He controls his own music. See, this is the thing I got to tell some of you Negroes, right? I don't mean nothing by it. Some of you Negroes don't understand, right? I see. I used to be a rapper, and you know what? Pookie and Ray Ray learned something a long time ago that Negroes would never know. They got their own product. They pick their product, they make it, they manufacture it, and then they go out in the back of their car and they disseminate their own shit. Who's stopping them from doing it? Is there a white guy? He got this thing up there that says you shouldn't be doing it. Is anybody listening? Do you know just recently, the Chinese done exposed these American companies. These American companies like Nike, okay, and Yves Saint Laurent, all these people have been lying to the American people for years. Got you knocking each other over your head, each head, sticking up, killing each other over some bullshit knockoffs. The knockoffs are just the same. They're made in the same factory as the regular stuff. Just that they'll put certain things on the knockoff that they won't put off, they leave off the knockoff. But they're made by the same people, sometimes even the same material. But see, we were forced into thinking that we want to look rich. Let's go. I'm gonna buy Nike. I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna buy that. It was the Young Thug brothers who said, I'm gonna put my name on my own shit. Right? Okay. And then they decided they can make their own money. They don't need Nike.
And banking where? Where are they banking?
What do you mean where they buy it? They brought it from the same place everybody else brought it from. China.
Where do they put the money that they make? What bank do they use?
I don't know what individual banks them Negroes put the money in. Some of them don't have no bank. They probably put it in under their bed or in a damn mattress. Okay, right. I don't know. They probably put it out to sell some weed or some other stuff. I don't know what they did with the money. All I know is that Pookie and Ray Ray learned how to make money. They learned that if you can supply a demand that something people want, people are going to buy. You don't need a degree to do it. You don't have to go to economics school to become an economist to sell it. All you need to do is have a buyer and a seller. Somebody else can manufacture it. Now, if you can do both, if you can manufacture and you can sell, you cut out the middleman. Why do you think that Amazon is kicking everybody else in the ass? All the stores are closing. Macy's, you buy online in America. You know why? It was an experiment. The experiment, okay, was the COVID. They did an experiment on us. They decided we're going to do an experiment on
Who's
these
the they?
people.
You're talking about who's the they?
Crackers, white supremacists, whoever. They decided the unmoving hand. I don't know what you want to call them. Just the boogeyman. I don't care who you call them.
Yeah, but you are saying that they exist now, and you're saying that they.
I didn't say they didn't exist, but I'm saying you can make it despite their existence. Then they can't cover every crook and corner. They can't do it. It's not enough of them. There's not enough. They don't make enough white people. You got 1 billion people. You live in, your greatest resource is not what comes out of the ground. It's the fact that you can put a factory. What do you think the Chinese are going to try to do when they get this BRIC alliance? Who do you think they're going to put factories in Africa and work them like they work their people and get the benefits out of it? You think that Chinese are putting rails together and bridges together because they want black people to succeed? No, Chinese are always looking for the Silk Road. You understand? This is something that the African mind doesn't understand.
Okay, so let's talk solution now. The African mind does not understand. So what do you think should be done with the Africans then? Seeing that the African mind does not understand.
I said you should take those traditions and those tribes and put them in a museum and let the best and the brightest, as Africa is full of bright people, full of educated people, those people who are being held back by their governments. How do I know that they're bright and educated? Because they're coming to America and they're getting jobs. They're coming to England. England is asking for them to come. To get why? To build up white supremacy, to build up these white nations. That's why I know they're bright. But if they use their brightness inside of Africa, if you didn't have these handkerchief head Negroes running around, for the last 50 years, doing nothing but stealing, taking 200 wives, then they could do something.
Okay.
So don't tell me, it's not about me being an African American telling them what they should do and who they should see themselves. Everybody else looks in the goddamn mirror. A Chinese can see a Chinese, and if he don't know if he's Chinese, Korean, or Malaysian, he know one thing: he's a damn Asian. Why can't black people in Africa and America look at the goddamn mirror and see themselves for who they are? Are they deaf, dumb, and blind?
No, they're not black. They don't see themselves as black. They see themselves
if your ass is darker than if you are darker than midnight, what are you? Cream colored?
Yeah, but they see no value.
How can you not see your blackness?
They don't see. They see the concept of blackness is Western. They see that as white supremacy.
No, that is not. That is being brainwashed. Even if you study the religions in Islam and Christianity, even in Judaism, all of the prophets said, "I'm black." So what makes them think this is a Western thing? See, that's an excuse, and I'm not taking excuses.
Okay.
We're full of excuses. Brother, we full of shit. And I'm not taking that bullshit. You look in the mirror, if you don't know who the hell you are by looking in the mirror because everybody looks like you, you're a damn fool. Chinese people, you know what a Filipino woman told me one day? One of my colleagues. I was asking her about some music or something that I was African-American guys playing. She said, have you ever seen so-and-so? She said, no. She says, because basically I thought all black people look alike. How can she see that? And your ass
What's the solution then?
You can't see that.
Get American weapons and go over and wipe.
I told you what the solution was. Put all of that bullshit in the museum.
Yeah,
where
but
it could be studied.
Yeah, but slow down. So we're gonna walk into tribal territory, right? Slap a few Africans around, grab their stuff, and put it in the museum. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm gonna say to them, if you want a job if you want a better place to live, or more opportunities, send your children, and we will not recognize their tribal affiliations. That's it. Because you know what it is?
Hold it, slow down. Say that again. Right.
Send your children.
Hold it. So
Afghanistan.
Wait a minute. Wait. So let's walk through this. So no rush. So we're going to send. You're in charge now.
I'm not in charge, but I'm just saying, if I own a factory,
tribal chiefs.
If I'm on a factory or I own a place of business, you can send your children to be educated. You can send your children to be trained, but I will not recognize any tribal affiliation. It's that simple. You want to work for this company? You want to be educated by this company? I'm not recognizing your tribal affiliation.
Right. Okay. So your representatives go over there to Africa, and what you set up a factory. Is that correct?
Say it again.
Let's walk through this process. You say it's that simple. So
no, I didn't say nothing is simple. There's nothing is simple.
Let's talk about it in real life terms. So what?
Nothing is simple.
Right, in Africa, and you set up a factory. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right.
I set up a whole nation, but we just want to deal with you want to just deal with a factory, we can do that. We set up a whole.
I want to walk. Let's walk through the things that you're saying. You're saying it's so simple. So
it's not simple.
It's management position, and you tell me how it can actually be done. Because what we're talking about earlier on, you were all saying, put the tribalism in the museum. So now we're going to walk through how you're going to put tribalism and its tribal material in a museum. So let's walk through this. So
buy it. Buy it.
Whoa.
Sell it.
Whoa.
Sell it. Buy it.
Right. Right. So you think that you can go to Africa with the dollar and buy their tribal.
Why are you trying to limit me to dollars? Why are you trying to say
you said
I'm an American?
You just said buy it.
Why would go
in a museum by buying it? What are you talking about?
I don't have to have dollars.
You said buy it. Forget the dollars.
Buy it.
You're going to buy it. How are you going to buy it? Yeah. How are you going to put the tribalism in a museum by buying it? Explain yourself.
Well, how do you think?
What are you talking about?
What do you think the other stuff is? There's only two ways of getting it. Either you take it or you buy it. I'm being nice. I'm saying buy it. Right? How they get in everybody else's museum? They took it. I'm being nice. I'm going to get your price for yours. How about that?
Okay. I think what one of you was talking about, I think you showed the video, that this Chinese man went around China.
Mao Zedong.
Yeah, and he united the Chinese tribe.
The Long March.
Was he using violence or was he buying them? What did he do?
I'm sure he did a lot of stuff. I'm sure he cracked some heads. I'm sure he did both. I'm sure he did everything that he had to do. That's why he wrote his book. He wrote the book.
Right. So
what the book say?
To crack some African heads, correct?
I didn't say nothing like that. That's not what I'm saying. He was a Chinese man in China cracking other Chinese heads.
Right, and he got done. You mentioned that you put China into the conversation.
You're trying to say that I'm saying as an African American. I'm saying Africans should do it. I don't have to do it. Africans who live on the continent should realize and recognize that countries like Malaysia, who used to be behind them, are now outpacing them. I'm not going to be the one to do it. They need to do it. That's where the word should comes from. They should go and do it. Not me. I don't need to hit one African upside the head, except for Elvis and maybe Zongo. I'm not hitting anybody upside the head. So you want to think that I'm going to go in with violence and I'm going to hit somebody upside the head to put them in a museum. If it's up to me, I'll buy it. If they got it to sell, we'll buy it. and make a museum for them. We'll put up a beautiful museum and let their artisans give us artifacts so they could study. And then you outlaw, just like the guy in Rwanda did. You outlaw. He did what? He outlawed being Tutsi and Hutu and made it what? And made them all Rwandans. That's nationalism. That's what he did. He didn't send me over to bite any, hit any. I'm sure he had to hit some people upside his head. I'm sure he did. I'm sure that the guy who took over Burkina Faso had to knock some people upside their head too. I'm sure. I believe that you have to effect change sometime. I don't have to be the one that's kicking somebody in the behind. It's Kala who says he believes in foot to ass, right? Isn't that right?
Kala says
he believes in foot to ass. That's what he said. He believes in putting foot to ass. Some people need their foot to their ass. I don't got a problem with that. Michael Mawali needs his foot to ass. You understand? So I'm saying to them, Africa has to do this if they want to survive. You've been trying all the other stuff and it hasn't been working. So maybe you should try to eliminate the tribalism, put it where it belongs, where, you know, and it has a beautiful thing. See, people don't understand what a museum is. You think I'm talking like a storage closet. A museum is a place of research. Did you know that, IC3?
Yeah, well, yeah. People go there. Yeah,
people go there because they want culture. That's where the culture is. In the museum. Only black people don't know that. You want culture, right? Where do you go? To the museum. Where you can learn about what? About the people there, their culture, their way of life. Right? Isn't that where you go when you want to go to a museum? So people will never forget, right, who they were. But who they were is not who they need to be, okay, if they want to survive. Otherwise, the Chinese and all these other people will cut up Africa once again and control it. You got people in Haiti can't wait for America to come and take over Haiti. Isn't that something? The first black nation, okay, to rebel, okay? And they want to do what? They want America to take them over because the people are killing themselves. Isn't that something?
But that's I heard that same pitch before. Isn't that a white supremacist propaganda? Isn't it?
No,
black
no, that's the reality. That's the reality. Because their people are no longer have faith in their own people to solve their own conflicts. They're killing each other up like crazy.
But right? That's the same thing going on in America, so I hear. I hear there's lots of black and black crime and in the neighborhoods and stuff like that. So what's the difference?
Oh, the big difference is I can go to work every day. I don't need police to take me. The big difference is I can bank. I don't need nobody to go with me. I don't have to go with a gun. The difference is, okay, I got a crazy guy for president, but the last president, they didn't run in his house and shot him in front of his wife. They got voted out. So that's the difference. I'm here living in America every single day. And people, there's no war zone walking up down the street where I live. You don't hear
where you live. So you're one of the better, well-to-do.
No, I live. No, brother. I got two places.
You're in the hood.
And right now, presently, I'm in the hood. Right now, I'm in the hood. I teach in the hood. I live in the hood. Every day, I survive and exist here in the hood. Every day. Every day. I see. I keep telling you, I see.
Class, aren't you?
Huh?
The way you're talking, you sound like you're part of the black middle class.
I sound like I'm who?
The black.
Hey, Dollar Bill, let me get this. I see. But the problem is this: because you're not in the United States, right? Most people have this image of Black America. All hell's breaking out. We're getting shot by the police. Every hood they turn. We have communities here, and we have hoods. We have community, but for the most part, you have people in those so-called hoods that own homes. Have been in for many generations. That do normal things. So just to make it seem like every community is overrun with gangs and stuff like that, we're not in the same position as Haiti. Haiti, all hell is broken loose in Haiti. You know,
I was about to say that.
I hear about Americans and maybe things are not like that.
Yeah,
Black America is like Haiti.
Let me tell you something.
It might be a part of Haiti.
IC3. The problem is people, the media, since day one, right? Back in the days, let me tell you something. This goes back a long time. There were successful Black communities in this country way back in the 1600s. You know. But the thing is, the image of Black communities was controlled by white people. They had us spitting watermelon. They had us acting a fool, acting like savages, beating drums, everything. And the bottom line is what was basically the reality and what was out there. And the problem is a lot of us believe that reality, right? And we act. That's why there's no connection between the Black community. That's why you can't get any support. Because people are like, damn, you know, we hear all this stuff, but my life ain't that bad. I got a job. I can put it together. People have said generations of people going to college, doing it. Sometimes it's life scamble. IC3. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you got Black people who get rich in this country. You know, it's not everything. Is not we're all sitting around waiting for some plan, a master plan. If it was that simple, we would have been liberated a long time ago. If it was as simple as everybody has the same problems, we would have been liberated a long time ago. But that's not. It's nuance. You know what I'm saying? What you're doing is there's no nuance in Black America. But a dollar bill saying, look, yeah, there's a difference here. Yeah, do we have crime? Do we have gangs? Yeah, we got stuff like that. But the thing is, though, you don't have like what's his name, barbecue, killing people, and that would never happen in the United States. You know. In a matter of time, when you do have crime, in a matter of time before they're destroyed, take a look at that guy out in California. That was a so-called thug, whatever, like that. They took him down. You know, that's the thing about America, right? You are not gonna last, especially you're Black as a criminal. You're not gonna last that long. You know, so it's not in the same situation. A lot of people like to believe that we're all Black America. If I listen to Dynasty Show today, you know. And I think there's a lot of resentment towards Black America and the diaspora and other people like that because we do live in the United States and stuff like that. And a lot of people think we shouldn't benefit from the fact that we live in the United States. You know, we should basically.
Oh yeah, I was listening to that. You heard that lady talking?
Oh yeah, she was crazy. That's the thing, and this is why I'm skeptical of foreigners when they get involved because they want. We're not third world people. Black America is not third world people. IC3. That's a difference. We're the only Black people from the industrialized world.
Yeah, but that's the point I was making earlier. I'm saying yes. The West. So here's what I'm saying earlier on. So we have the white supremacists going to Africa, mining the oil, mining the diamond.
And also, let me tell you something.
Let me finish.
Hold on. Let me say this. One thing I do not do anymore is freaking talk about white supremacy. It's I'm saying that if I can line every last single Black person up, I can line every Black man on I punch him right in the freaking face. There's nothing that goes along in the world. All the stuff we're going through right now is because we let it. There's white supremacy telling the president of Congo, IC3, to hand the freaking my homeland, my ancestral homeland, over to fucking Donald Trump. Is that white supremacy? Or just Black people just friggin' inferior. That's why we Black Americans, we're different.
Oh my!
We're gonna fight this white man today. You guys in the diaspora, whether it's Haiti, in the Caribbean, in Africa, roll over like slaves. We're gonna fight to the end.
Let's walk through this. This is heavy stuff you're dropping there.
Brother Bomani in the house.
This is heavy stuff. Now,
I can't be on that long. I gotta get ready to get on my plane.
Yeah. So are you saying that it's something inherently wrong with the African?
Well, let me put it to you like this. Like I said last night, the problem is the fact that African culture, that includes Black American culture somewhat, but we're not as much, have a problem with delayed gratification. Like for you have a look at Nigeria, right? Nigeria, when it had enough oil to develop the whole country, it could have, if it would have sacrificed 25, 30 years, right? And basically people didn't have big bank accounts and everything. In the friggin' 70s, they were spending like crazy. You know, they didn't delay gratification, right? And so therefore Nigeria is a failed state. You know, look at Asia at the same time. They basically in the 1950s, they had the Bandung Conference. They said, okay, it's going to take 30 years of discipline. We're going to have to sacrifice. The people that were there now say, you're not going to benefit, but your grandkids are going to benefit. Africans and black people don't do that. You know, we don't plan for the future.
Is that by nature? Was it
us?
Pardon?
That's not white supremacy. That's us. That's why I said when you basically say,
but hold it. I got that. I'm asking you this. You said it's us. Okay, good. I got that. So when you say it's us, is it us by nature? That means
let me say this.
Or is it by nurture? In other words,
okay, let me say this, right? Let me say this. Now, last night I made some comments, right? I said, look, I'm at the point now, I really don't believe black people built the ancient Egypt because ancient Egypt requires delayed gratification. You got to sacrifice 20 years to put up a pyramid, right? That means you're going to see it. Nowhere in black culture do you see that exist, you know? So how can we go from that to what we are right now? We can't build anything, you know? The black race can't build anything, you know, because we don't have delayed gratification. As soon as people get power, they try to loot, try to live good and everything. Let's say like that in Black America too, for the most part. You know, we don't look at Detroit, look at Gary Indiana. There was no plans for generation, you know, like we're going to sacrifice 30 years. Like they don't give a damn. Like us Generation X's, we didn't friggin' we inherited nothing but a mess, you know.
See, the problem is we inherited stuff
by nature.
Things that was already in its demise. See, that's why I don't take our failure in those places because we weren't given it with a clean slate. We turn around and industries were already being white flight. So when they left, they didn't only just leave. They left a lot of things. Took a lot of things with them, and it was never replaced. And so when it's like that song, the meek will inherit the earth, but the earth of what it's worth and what's left when it's already covered with sin, then the meek will inherit the earth. So we keep inheriting. I don't think that we have to realize that we are in the land of our captivity. And a lot of people don't understand that. Okay, we're in the belly of the beast and we deal directly with people who don't like us, who are bent on destroying us. And so, you know, the psychological thing that happens that I talked about with Dave, even though you can come from a dusty shithole, the people who are in control of this shithole look just like you. And when the people who are in control of this shithole look like you, there's a certain psychological thing that you have going for you, right? Because you don't see yourself. See, a lot of people act ignorantly because they don't know any better. So when we were talking about earlier about race, when Africans can look in the mirror and not see blackness, okay, because they are recognizing the trauma that goes along with blackness, they hide behind the fact and will say, no, it's because you were slaves. No, you've been a slave for 14
years. The whole entire black race was subjected to slavery. You know, They don't understand that.
No,
and also
this is why they don't want to accept it.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna shock a lot of people right now. I think most Pan-Africans are race traders. What they're trying, the ones who basically try to adopt African culture, what they're trying to do is subconsciously adopt Africa to get away from the trauma of being Black American. That's all it is.
Right. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yeah.
So anytime when people talk about we got to do no personal and no like that, I'm not calling anybody's name out when not. When people
that's how you produce somebody like Brandon.
Yeah, I never believed he was no black nationalist any damn way. I think I don't agree with that, and I'm going to tell you this. I believe that real black nationalists, real Pan-Africanists, these people were so much into what they were.
Oh yeah, I'm
into.
talking about
They could've-
I'm not talking about the people we know. I ain't talking about the people like Bomani.
all these new people,
These
they
new
just want to
people
be
out
white.
here that you see on social media.
Yeah, but the other people, they took a vow. Some of them even took a vow of
They took vows
poverty.
of poverty. You know, they want
weren't
to see
even
liberation.
interested. Yeah, because
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about
Yeah,
these
you
new.
know, some of those people are locked up in jail. So
yeah, those people they put their whole life on the line for this. And so these new people, see, just because people like Brandon, listen, like I said, Brandon might be my relative, right? Because one of my family names is Tucker, right? My grandfather was a Tucker, and he might even be my blood relative. He looked like some of my people. You know, I know that's sad. However, it might be just because a person says they're Pan-Africanist doesn't mean they are. You know, if you saying you're Pan-Africanist, but you believe in Thomas Sowell, there's an issue with that. Because Thomas
I
Sowell
agree.
is the farthest thing away from being a
I
Pan-Africanist.
would love to debate Thomas Sowell. I would literally crush him.
Yeah. That's the
You know
whole
why?
thing.
Because you take away his premise. Like I told you this afternoon, Dollar Bill. The problem is this, right? There's this Carmelo Anthony. White people are like, oh my God, they raised $400,000 for this kid, right? And black people are standing by him saying, yeah, we see it one way. White people see it another way. And there's nothing wrong. See, like the fool Charleston White saying, yeah, he killed him. He's a murderer. Else. So like he's saying what white people hear him, like Jason Whitlock and all these other people are saying what that white people hear now. The white people have one perspective on the world, right? They saw George Zimmerman as a victim, and he was defending himself. We saw George Zimmerman as a president. That's just being black, just being in America, of course. Now, when I see black people talking about the white people's perspective, I'm a little apprehensive when I hear white people always talk about the black perspective. I was like, are you pandering to me? Are you patronizing me? You see what I mean? I expect you, if you're white in this country, I expect, everything was good for you and whatnot. Why the hell would you want to? I said, I don't understand white people who want to destroy, who want to open the borders and destroy the country through immigration, and they want China to win. When I have no idea what or why that is and whatnot. Why people hate that.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why.
Hey, you know they dropped Carmelo Anthony's bail. He got out.
Yeah, he's
All right.
$250,000. That's good because we raised the money for him. Yeah, everybody raised the money.
All right, let me tell you something. White people, there was a guy, and I'm not going to say it's me, so I ain't going to get up here and say it was Dollar Bill. There was a brother, I don't know if he was a comedian, but he said something that was really real. And this is one of the reasons why white people want to keep us here in America. White people know that black people, just like Africans, don't see race, and we'll go out because we're American, right? We'll go out and we'll even go to a damn movie that don't have one black person in the damn movie.
You ever thought about that, Dollar Bill? White people.
I have.
White people. I like this. White people subconsciously boycott black. When do white people go in large numbers to black restaurants?
They don't. This is what I'm saying. Black people, under the guise of being an American, will go out and support all kind of businesses that are white. So white people learn, white people at one time thought that they had to advertise with black people. Back when you showed us that stuff about, about how to,
how to sell to black people.
But they realized.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I see that video.
They realized that they don't need to do it. All they need to do, we automatically program.
Yeah,
automatically.
We know this. Yeah, we know.
Okay, to make white people rich.
Yeah,
and so this is why white people to go, because white people actually don't support white people. White people want to make money on the stock market, and the way you make money in the stock market is not to have manufacturers in America. The way you make money in the stock market is to go to some country like China where they can take little children and work them day and night and not give them any money. This is what white people do. This is why they are not interested. They don't care about borders. They don't care about because they're not living. They're not living with them.
Because they're
Mexicans
clever.
ain't living with them.
They're more clever than the Chinese.
Yeah.
That's why they're white. That's why white supremacy exists, because they're supreme. They're clever. Because they can. So what's
It's cheaper. See, this is something that white people understand. Wealth in this country and credit was on the back of black people. We were chattel slaves.
So what?
White people, including some of these top corporations today, gain their wealth by trading and insuring slaves.
Yes. So what? We know this.
Well, that's why they don't want to deal with reparations. That's why white people are never going to give us reparation, because they don't want to admit the devilish shit they did to us.
Okay, so we have to take reparations then.
You can't take reparations. You can't unless you have a country and you have leverage. See, the thing is, you have.
So how are you going to get a country? How do you get a country?
How do you get a country? You go to some place. You go to some place where nobody else is there, and you put a flag down. That's how you get a country.
Oh, so you're saying that to get a country, you have to go to a place where nobody else is there. Is that
or you negotiate with a country in a territory that nobody else is using, and say to them, "We will become a tax basis for you." Okay. If you allow us, okay, to live, we will be a tax basis for you on an undeveloped place in your on your side, under your control of the continent. That's why either you plant a flag and you take it, or you negotiate. That's the only way to do it.
Okay. So can the Black Americans negotiate a state for themselves in the land of the Americans?
No.
The Black Americans do
No.
it.
You have
Why?
to do it in Africa.
No. Slow this down. If the Black Americans can't create a state in the Americas, why did you?
Let me tell you, IC3. I'm sorry about that. I dropped off, fellas. IC3. Have you ever heard of the Monroe Doctrine?
Yes, I heard the Monroe Doctrine.
Okay, now let's talk about that, right? This is why I said, this is why, I'm not trying to belittle you or not like that. This is why education is very, very important. The Monroe Doctrine by James Monroe basically saw America as a growing imperial power, right? The Monroe Doctrine, right? And then they had the Roosevelt corollary to the, like, added on. Each president adds on to the Monroe Doctrine. So the Monroe Doctrine basically says any sort of provocation, threat, or anything in the Western Hemisphere that by foreign powers or local powers, the United States have the God-given manifested extraterritorial right to invade, to displace anywhere in the Western Hemisphere to protect the banking system and the commerce of the United States and the U.S. dollar, like that. That's why we went into Mexico. That's why we went into Central America. That's why we took Panama. That's why we went all the way down to Argentina. That's why So what I'm saying is this. That's why the United States invaded Haiti in 1915. In other words, Cuba, Haiti, all these places, everywhere you look in Central America, let me say this, everywhere in Central America, right? The United States basically left poverty and misery. There's not one successful country in the Caribbean. There's not one successful country in Central America. That's U.S. policy to do it. That's why we got all these migrants coming here, because the United States basically don't put anything. Look, at the same time, look at Japan, right? Japan invested trillions of yen in Southeast Asia and created new industrialized trading partners. You know, the United States, all the United States did was have a couple of beach resorts and everything, and a few banana farms or whatever like that. You know, so therefore, what I'm saying is this: if you basically, and the world knows, if you try to do something inside the United States, declare yourself a sovereign, you are asking for suicide. It'll never happen. Even if you try to do it in the Caribbean.
Look, you said it's a doctrine. You said the Monroe Doctrine. So what's the Carl Genesis doctrine? That seems you have a doctrine.
I don't have this is what I'm talking about. IC3. This is what annoys me about black people when we talk, right? Do you understand that I am just a citizen of the United States? I don't have a military. I don't have a government. I don't have an army. I don't have nuclear weapons. I have none of that. So what am I supposed to have a doctrine for if you can't see when you see Donald Trump doing those executive orders? That's power. The white man has real power. The black man really doesn't want any power.
Okay, how do you get power? Let's walk through this.
We get power by deciding that future is we need a nation of our own and we need to build Africa. That's how you get power. No other way. Not no reparations, not no talk, not nothing. You got to build a nation. You got to match him ship for ship, factory for factory, and you got to match them dollar for dollar. That's how you get power in this world. Anyway, that's how the Asians did it, and they matched up with the West. They took on the West. But the black man, he wasn't every last single African. If you give him a chance, he'll come to America. Like they were saying on the Dynasty Show today. They can't stop coming. They say they blame America for all the problems, but you can't keep them out of America. That's hypocritical, So it is what it is,
So earlier on, we were having a debate about what is Black America, and it's good that you mentioned this, Monroe.
Not a damn thing Black America do right now inside of America, and the whole thing like that. The only thing Black Americans, like I said last night's show, is basically take whatever opportunities here, better yourself, get education, and everything like that, because it's not happening. That's the best.
Okay, so what's the dollar? The dollar. So the Black Americans, let's rephrase it. The Black people in America, part of the system, they are paying the basic value of the dollar itself.
The dollar's not going anywhere either.
Yeah, okay, good. And the Black people's contribution to the concept of America puts value in the dollar. Okay, so
you can't change that. And the whole thing is this: when Marcus Garvey was around, we had 100 years to have a revolution and change the dynamic and whatnot. 100 years later, we're stuck in America because the right forces come up. We're stuck. Garvey knew that we need a nation of our own in Africa. That's the solution. We need a place to put all our money, create our own currency, and create our own laws, everything like that. But since that didn't happen, this is what we're dealing with. So don't get mad at Black people if you see Black people supporting Donald Trump or just saying, something, this ain't worth the fight. Let's just, if you can't beat it, you ever heard the term, you can't beat them, join them? That's what a lot of Black America is like right now. You can't beat them. They win after everything, these people still always win. So Black people are tired of fighting, they're like, and they say they don't see Africans and the rest of the diaspora on their side. Everybody's just trying to get a little licks for themselves, everything. Black America's like, hell yeah, and that's why you got this FBA movement, because people like, hey, everybody's out for themselves. Ain't nobody trying to help us, and anybody trying to trade with us. They're not trying to give us land in Africa. They're not trying to do anything for us. So we just got to work out for ourselves. Forget Africa, forget the Caribbean, forget the diaspora, forget Pan Africa. That's what a lot of people think right now. I'm a lone person in this,
Right. So this tribalism. So I'd like to hear your view.
I don't think it's tribalism. I don't think it's tribal. I just think it's ethno consciousness. That's what I think it is. It's just different than tribalism. Tribalism is very primitive. Ethno conscious, because Black people still will accept people. We're the only group of Black people that, like Dollar Bill said, we'll go to a movie and have. Do you know how many white or Asian icons in Black America? Dollar Bill. IC3. Bruce Lee was a friggin'. His portrait was in Brooklyn Slave Theater. We're the only group of people that do that. We accept icons of other races as our own. Who was another icon, non-Black? We had the Isley Brothers. We had not Isley Brothers. What was that? What was it going with Dollar Bill? What's the one they use called Blue Eyed Soul?
Oh yeah. Rare Earth and all those guys.
Yeah. So Black people in America are the only group of people that basically will have white icons, Asian icons.
Well, explain to me then why the whole world looks to Black American culture.
Because our culture is
why the whole rest of the world looking to Black people and trying to copy the way they talk, dance, and so on?
Because our culture is like an interpretation of the world. You know, African American culture is based in African culture, but it's also we were able to absorb things out of the Irish. There's like a lot of dances we have in New York. You know, with Irish, we used to battle Irish boys for dance on the street.
Carla, slow this down. You just made the point that black people have icons from other races.
Yeah, we're the only group of black people.
Hold it, I got that. So the point I'm saying to you, all these other races see Black America as the ultimate icon because they're trying to work.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. I don't think Black America ever wanted that. You know, because the thing is,
so did you say ever wanted that?
Yeah, Black America is a lot of responsibility that goes along with that because people judge us. You know, by people always say, yeah, you know, when they say, when you go to a black person and say, you know something, you know, and you don't, if you don't know the latest rapper, I don't know, I can't name you 5 rappers, you know, I haven't listened to rap in 20 years, you know, and basically, you know, that's what they judge us by. We're much more than music, dance, you know, say IC3, music, dance, stuff like that. I would love for the people to know about our intellectual culture, our stuff like that. That's what I would love people to know.
Hold it. The point you made.
They don't want to know all about that. They only want one side of that. You know?
Carla, slow this down because this is very serious. I took the point that you saying black people are the only ones who seem to be having other people's culture as icon. But then I said to you that it's the reverse actually, because the whole world is looking to Black Americans. So Black Americans are the
well, let me say let me put this in perspective, right? Much of what you see in Black culture that goes out to the world is put out there by white people, right? It's like almost saying that Step It Fetch It and Louis Armstrong, that's Black culture, you know? Then you had that, but you also had Paul Robeson. You see what I'm saying? Also, one thing Malcolm X always said, Mahalia Jackson, you ever heard of her?
Yeah.
Okay, Malcolm X said she was the first singer in America that black people made famous, right? Most of what you see in America as white people made people famous. White people basically like that. So can we really call it Black culture when, like, let me give an example. Well, yeah, let me break it down for you, right? Back in the 90s, and like I said, I am still livid about how they destroyed my culture, right? We had, coming out of the 80s and the early 90s, we had groups like the Poor Righteous Teachers. We had groups like S-Clan. We had groups like Brand Nubian. We had groups. Everything was conscious. Everything. We had Arrested Development. We had all the stuff that was, we had Gangstar, you know. We had all these, but we had Set the Sonics. And then out of nowhere, right, I said, okay, if hip-hop is growing, we had Public Enemy. That's what was made popular by black people, right? But then next thing you know, by the mid 90s and whatnot, you know, you had gangster rap and all stuff like this. And that was what got on MTV. That's what got on the world, Japan radio, Japan television, as a representation of our culture. And I'm trying to tell you, although you say black people's culture is emulated, that's not all. What you see it being emulated is not really black culture. People don't know who we are. That's why when I say black people are capable of leaving America, building a nation, they don't believe me, because I know the real Black America. Given a chance, black people choose nation build and future over America. But because of culture that goes out there, it makes it seem like we're just content, happy, go lucky black people, and that's not who we are. You don't see, the world doesn't know who we are. They have absolutely no idea the real Black America. They don't. What you see in the media and what people emulate is not who we are. It's some of it, but not completely. They don't know who they don't know who Jill Scott Heron is. They don't know who Miles Davis was. They don't like this. Listen to Miles Davis, what he was saying, man. He said, I'm a musician, I'm an artist, man. I'm not here to entertain and just you heard what he said, Dollar Bill?
Yeah, the only thing I disagree is that I think that black people don't realize that white people and Asian people do know who we are, and
but they choose to.
And the reason I say this, I took a class in the 80s with a professor named Aaron Bell. Aaron Bell was a jazz bassist that actually played on a famous album with Coltrane and Charlie Bird Parker. And I actually got that, not because I'm super cool or really know anything about it. There was a lady who used to live in my house on the first floor, and she was from Georgia. She was a teacher back in the days, and she came to New York and she became a teacher in the school system. And she was an avid jazz person. And I've got some of her collection, you know, that she left at my house. She never picked it up. And I've had it for like 30, 40 years. And the reason I say this, that white people do know who we are, and Asian people do know who we are, is because they study us.
Yes.
And the Japanese, in fact, and even the Asians, not only study our patterns, how we dance, how we do double Dutch, they study our literature, our poetry. In fact,
a lot of, you'd be surprised. You go some places and they'll basically, you can have a conversation with somebody. And let me give you an example. I remember one time I met this white guy who had, I was working at Uber. It's like 10 years ago. And I picked him up. He said, "Oh yeah, I went to a Parliament Funkadelic." I said, "What do you know about Parliament Funkadelic?" Right? You know what I'm saying? And then when he said, "Let's go to the store," right? I put him in the store, and there was this blonde chick right in there. You know, these people like at the time 10 years ago, much older than me, like in their 50s. And she was like, "Oh, I was just at that concert too," you know. And they'll talk about Bootsy Collins, whatnot. I was like, "What the hell is white?" It just blew my mind. There are a lot of people who know our culture, but it's not like what they
study
show.
us. They study. See, this is the thing. I'm talking to Aaron Bell. So when I tell you that Charlie Parker, Miles Davis, you know, these guys, Coltrane, these guys, they invented bebop.
Yeah.
And
bebop is amazing, man.
These people, these white people, these Chinese. Do you know now? There's some, and I love the internet. There's some Asians that have been playing black music, black jazz, black R&B,
and they're good at it. Getting good,
and they're getting good. You got they dance.
They're doing break dancing. They're doing all that.
That's right. That's right.
I don't agree. People do know who we are.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is, Dalville, some people know who we are, right? I'm saying the image that's put out there for us. Like, let me give you an example. Can we say like Steve Harvey represents the average black man?
No, but I'm talking about that's Africans who don't know. See, it's Africans who don't know us. White people know us. Asian people know us.
Interesting. White people know us.
White people know us. They study us. Asian people study us. They want to look like us. It's the African who sees the popular stuff and the cheap stuff that they put out.
They really think we're all gang bangers.
But the rest of the world knows who we are.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to explain. See, this is why when I listen to Africans, right, from the continent, and no disrespect to them, I realize just how limited their education is.
Very like John. We think about Jonathan last night. Said the people in the village got good education. I like Jonathan. You smoking crack? You know?
Their education is very limited. And there was a guy I was listening on Dinah's show. He tells you that they don't tell you. They only go back to the 20s in their education, maybe 40 years before they got independence. They don't teach them about.
I was talking to this Nigerian girl one time. She goes, "How'd you get to America?" I said, "My ancestors came." When did they? I said, "You ever heard?" No,
they haven't.
Shit, I'm like, God damn.
They didn't teach them.
How did black people get to America? She's like, "How did black people get to America?"
This is why if you go to Asia, they'll respect you more as an African American.
Yeah, even North Africa.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
You go to Morocco, right? These girls in Morocco, so airport, they found out, you're Black American. Oh wow, man. They were like, oh man, you guys are so cool, whatever, like that. I talked to Moroccan guys, they're like, cool. But you don't get that from African guys, like,
Okay, so let's do a summary of where we are now. So it's really interesting. So listen to what you both said. We can accept that it's only the Africans who don't know Black America. But the rest of the world look up to Black America and have been forced to respect Black America. So we have got quite...
It's an education thing. A lot more people around the world are educated. They actually pick up books and stuff like that, literature and stuff like that is popular. You'd be surprised how many... Japan's always been like that, people like they know
so you're saying that
nuances about other cultures and stuff like that,
So you're saying the Africans, the Black Africans,
there's no libraries in Africa. There's no libraries.
I don't know. I don't know if they have libraries.
No, they don't have any libraries. Liberia has no library. Not one library. Is that right, Dave? Not one library. We want to establish one though. Not one public library.
No library. Jeez.
Nigeria don't have any either, man.
What? I don't know. No. Slow this down. Nigeria does not have a library.
You never. When you see a TikTok or whatever like that, or African posted, they never post from a library. You never see.
This is a bit too heavy. This is a bit too heavy, man. I've got.
I know Mike Omo Wallace is calling you guys racist, man.
No, that's a Kidola.
Is mine guy.
Kidola, man. What's going on, man? Kidola. What's going on, Kidola?
Let me put him up.
I put him up already.
Carla, I can say we don't have library.
You don't have no library.
You gotta get that
Carla, you become an undercover racist black man.
I am not a racist.
African guy that said there are libraries in Nigeria, Carla.
What kind of libraries? How many authors have we got in Nigeria?
I'm sure they got a big country there, man.
Even my own village have library.
What books do you got in there though?
We read all kind of books, all kind of curriculum books.
Imagine nobody ever heard of slavery.
This is bad. Come on.
That's Carla messing with you, bro.
Come on, you got
okay. Carla, let's assume
say what kind of book you got in there.
Carla, let me tell you what. Let's assume
because I've been listening to some of these Africans. I'm like, damn, man. I'll be like, God damn.
Let's assume you people are not Africans. Let's assume you people are no longer Africans. We say you people are not Africans. You people kind of a hybrid type of ethnic type of people. Will you people still be hating on Africans? Africans, okay, you people are not Africans. You people kind of like different type of people. And then because you people don't hate on Mexicans like this. Salvador.
I can't understand what they're saying though. I can't. Mexicans be talking. I don't understand what they're saying. That's why.
Is it because we have a little bit close proximity of skin color, or what? Because somehow is American blacks are kind of other type of race that you cannot classify them as Africans.
I don't know what you're talking about, Ola.
You are not Africans.
We're not Africans.
Yeah, but they also say we're not Americans either, so we don't have a home.
No. You people are American. You people are being created in America. You people are Americans. That is 100% sure.
We're Americans. We're not Africans. Is that what you're saying, Ola?
You people are not. You people are not sub-Saharan Africans.
No, we're not. Wow. What is our DNA? Is lying? Is our DNA lying?
Your DNA show Blackfoot Indians DNA.
You're a liar.
Blackfoot Indians.
Man.
They become like related to Africans.
I want you to produce you are any of these Indian Negroes. You are these Indian Negroes. I want you to put up. You show me your Cherokee background on your DNA. Show me your Chickasaws. I'm calling
your
all
chicken
you
wings,
Apaches, your chicken wings. Show me all that, because they're just as crazy as you are.
Haitians are Africans. Black Americans are not. Haitians are Africans.
We Chickasaws, huh?
The Jamaicans a little bit still questionable. Who are they really? You know, so that we just have to see
Yeah,
the Jamaicans are also as bad. Let me tell you one thing, people don't talk about the Jamaicans. The Jamaicans also.
What
as
is
bad
your
as
job?
white
What do you do for a living? Before you start talking about your cultural anthropologist, what do you do for a living? You own
You
a
talking
truck
about me?
stop? Yeah, you. What do you do for a living?
Okay, let me tell you what I do for a living.
Yeah, let's tell me.
I'm a shepherd. If you would like
You're
that,
what?
I'm a shepherd of a goat and sheep.
What kind of bullshit is that?
Kiddo, I noticed that. Unlike I
You a
will give you this,
Christian?
Kiddo. You're the only African on the African continent that be living on that continent that got internet enough to be calling in the show. They got data and internet. I give
Because
you
you
that.
know why? You know what? I'm a
He's
shepherd.
a shepherd.
Let me just tell
He's
Kala,
one
let
of
me
them
just tell
jack
you.
leg
Kala,
preachers.
let me tell you the truth, man.
Tell us the truth, man. And stop
You know,
lying.
No, I'm not. Why should I lie?
Well, you work in the
I'm a-
oil industry.
hold
What
on,
made
hold
you a
on.
cultural? What
I'm a
made you
family
a
man.
cultural?
I'm a family man with a
What
wife.
makes you a cultural
I'm a
anthropologist?
family man with
And
a
you're
wife.
going to tell me that my DNA is
My
not
first daughter is in the
sub-Saharan
university.
African? Can
My
you
other
tell me
daughter
that?
is in high school. My beautiful son is playing basketball, and is also about to go to high school.
Okay,
So
wonderful.
I live relatively okay in Africa.
With your white woman.
Is there anything wrong with that?
Oh my God!
Is there
With
anything
your
wrong
white
with that?
woman. You didn't think any of those black women that like your mother deserves to live good?
Nothing wrong with that because
No, I'm just asking you.
nothing
You didn't
bad-
think that
Well,
any
in
of
all
those black
fairness, Dollar
women.
Bill, that
Huh?
race thing is something. And
Yeah, that's why he don't believe in race, because he's an idiot. His
No,
son
no.
ain't
I
even
wouldn't
a
say.
full
I wouldn't say it
African.
like that. My whole thing
No,
is
his son is not even a full African,
my
and he's
whole
going to
thing.
tell
My
me
whole thing
that
is,
I'm not
like I
an
said,
African.
well,
Your
I-
son
I-
is
look,
an
I-
African.
Dollar Bill, I wouldn't get upset with Kiddo. Kiddo
I'm
talks
not
shit.
upset.
He
His
talks a
son.
lot of shit, you know.
And this is the thing that I don't understand about some people. His son is not even a full African. He's a half-African.
The real Africans, the real we know the real Africans. We know the real Africans.
Listen,
so
Ola,
don't come and say that
Ola, let
nonsense
me just
to me
say this
yet,
to you.
Dollar B.
Let me just tell you this, Ola. If there's no cool points that I'm getting for being an African, I don't get anything for saying I'm an African. There's nothing that happens to me. Nobody's gonna give me a gold star or anything. If my DNA didn't say it was African, okay, I wouldn't have to tell you I'm an African. So you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Dollar B, because it seems
DNA
like the
and
African
culture
world
isn't the same.
It seems like the
That's
African
fine.
world.
But
it seems like
culture
the
doesn't
African
make
world.
you.
Kiddo, here's the problem
DNA
right
makes
here.
you an African.
I think. Hold on. I
Culture
think what
doesn't
the
make
problem
it.
is this,
Because
right?
white people
Let me tell you,
practice the
Kala,
culture.
Let me
Kala,
get in
it seems
say this. Look, right now in Ireland, you have people called Scotch Irish, right? Now the Scotch Irish are Scottish people who live in Ireland for 700 years, right? They can't go to Scotland. People in Scotland be like, okay, we got some similarity, but you're different, because you have a different environment. Culture changes based on your environment. The French Canadian is different from a Parisian. You understand that? A Italian American is different than somebody born in Sicily. Different culture. The Irish Catholic is different from the Irish Protestant. As Northern Ireland. So the bottom line is this: Black America are just Africans who basically have an American experience, an American story. So
our ancestors came from. Why do we gotta keep telling these fools?
I don't know. I said the bottom line. That's the reason why.
The whole thing.
That's what I think the root of all the problem is.
The fact that this man's son is a half-African. He's not a full African. His mother's white. That means he carries his mother's DNA also. That means he's got 50% of his DNA from a white woman. That means that I got more African DNA than his son. That's what that means.
See, like I said, I wouldn't even
tell me about culture, because white people can take your. That's how white people steal your culture. You walk around here with a bunch of Africans who turn around and marry white people.
But what did you hear? What you call Elvis said last night? He talked about the Swedish people in Lamco that basically.
Yeah, I heard this idiot.
The Liberians natives love that shit. You got these blonde, blue-eyed people that lived in Yepika, right? And they basically speak the Kolokwa and whatnot. And these people are trying to say they're real Liberians because they can speak like a Liberian and whatnot, you know?
This is what I'm talking about, the idiocy and the lunacy of Africans.
Kala,
What's wrong with
Kala,
them?
Kala, let me log in
keep
with
it up.
that with all that
Keep
type
it
of
up.
laptop.
They're going
This
to
is
take
getting
all
weird.
your land from you. They've already taken all your natural resources, and you're not going to have nothing. You're going to walk around with a bunch of Africans telling you that you take your father's culture, but it's the mother that nurtures the child. It's the mother that puts the culture into a child, not the male. You can sit around and tell all you want. That's why we know, because we know that Dr. Chancellor Williams said the destruction of a civilization. That's why you have these women, these Arab women who had sex with these African men, and they went to their mother's people. This is why even in the Bible, okay, they told the Israelites to put those foreign women away, because it's the woman who's the nurturer. It's the woman who teaches the information to the child. He can be black all he wants to. He can be African all he wants to. But in the white world is where he'll remain. And when he comes to America, he's going to marry a white woman, looks just like his mama. And in 1 or 2 generations, the only thing they're going to have is an African middle name. Or he's going to be playing in the NBA with the rest of the Africans.
Or he runs for office like Obama, be another Barack Obama.
Another Barack Obama. This is the crap that they try to tell. Oh, because it's the father that's the culture. No, when he gets here, he's going to be mixed. When he gets to America, if he get on a scholarship, how many? I want me to pull up all of the basketball players who got white. Wembanyama got a white mama. He's French. He don't say shit about being African, even though his name is Wembanyama, which is an African name. All he talks about and hugs on to his white mama, and he's French. That's what the destruction.
Like Ross Moise.
Right? You have these mixed Negroes who have mixed alliance with white people because their mammy's white. Okay.
That's like that in Cameroon, right? The top people in there in Cameroon, right, is half Chinese, right? And because Africa said, and this guy basically has an allegiance with China, you know, he's like basically doing a bit France. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, he's like part French and part Chinese and Camerooni. So bottom line is the African side just got kicked to the curb, and this guy basically Cameroon.
So the solution, I got a solution that the Africans will be happy with.
I told you what the solution was. Africans are gonna have to take this tribal cultural stuff and put it where it belongs, where it can be studied, where you can have festivals for it, and put it where it belongs, in the museums. That's where it belongs.
How's that going to address the mixed race question? How would that address the mixed race question? It won't.
As long as let me say this is what I will say. My opinion. I gotta go. The whole thing is that as long as we got a power, I've seen it play out in my life. As long as basically we have a power, that's why I say I hate this nonsense that Black America is a face of culture. That's just bullshit, you know. The bottom line is, as long as everybody wants to be white or white proximity, that's the friggin' problem, you know. And so people, I see it all the time. People basically identify with their white side. I said
because of power. It's white power. Simple as that.
It's white everything. If you see white as success, everything, and that's why you got even a lot of Pan-Africanists, right? They spew out white supremacy talking points. You know, white man is right. You know, you got Carmelo Anthony and Austin, whatever his name is. Now you could take either side, both sides. If you say he overreacted, or you say that he was justified, right? That's all the perspective. But there's people going around telling Black people, how dare you have an opinion? You know, well, maybe because I'm Black and I see the world a different way. Why not? Am I now allowed to have a perspective based on my history and everything?
Yeah.
You know, like Darren Wilson that shot Michael Brown. You know, he lunged at him, whatnot. You know, lunged at him. So you're gonna blow a kid's brains out because you said he lunged at you one night, and then you fled the scene of the crime. You know, and so
but you're not guilty. Carla, go on, man, so you don't miss your joint, man.
Yeah, I gotta finish packing. I gotta go. All right, fellas, y'all take care. Have a good night. All right, Dollar Bill.
Thank you, brother.
All right.
Yes. So this is the idea, African Goddess. Who wants to be white? Those people don't even be. Well, is Ola just talking about how his son, you agree with him, said his son culturally is Nigerian. He's not. He's a African. That's what he is. He's half African and half white. And when he gets to the white world, he's going to be mixed. The same thing happened in South Africa. They created a whole class of people, and you can't tell them that they're black. They're colored people who speak what? This is what I'm talking about. This is what white supremacy does, right? I see. This is what they do.
So therefore, I understand what you're saying, putting the tribalism in the museum, but there has to, if you're going to take away something, you have to replace it with something.
Modern world.
Yes.
Modern
world. I'm saying the modern world, the way forward is that we have to respect blackness itself.
There's nothing wrong with respecting it. That's why it's in the museum, to get its proper respect so it can be studied.
No, that's tribalism.
No,
tribalism in the museum, you have to bring out blackness.
Yeah, no, but blackness without something is void. Blackness has to be with Africanness. It has to be synonymous with one another. When you talk about blackness, we're not talking about Indian blackness. We're not talking about Australian blackness. We're talking about African blackness. And so when we know that if I say the black people, we're automatically talking about the African people. And
yes, I understand that. But I'm saying, no, going by what you're saying earlier, there has to be Australian black, American black. These are all tribes of blackness.
No, American is just a place.
Get with it.
No, listen.
Old ideas behind.
Listen, so you can understand. America is just a place. American people are white folks. It's universally accepted that when we talk about Americans, they're not talking about my black ass. They're talking about white people.
Well, how about South America?
When they talk about South America, they're talking about the whites in South America. When they talk about Central America, they talk about the whites in Central America. They had their own Simon Bolivar, their own white savior who saved them from the Spanish. Okay? This is what I'm trying to explain to black people. Get it. The black Afro-Latinos, they're not considered to be real Latinos. They're considered to be Afro-Latinos. Wherever there's a hyphen next to your name means you're not that thing. You're that thing and something else. Right? Mm-hmm. If I said Latino and that means dark Latinos, light Latinos, then see what has been said and understood doesn't need to be explained. There's nothing you should do when you look in the damn mirror and recognize yourself. If you cannot recognize who you are, then you've got a psychological problem.
Okay, hold it there. So how are you going to deal with the North Africans that calling themselves Africans?
The Arabs.
Now, slow down, wait a minute. Don't rush, relax. How are you going to deal with those white people born in Africa?
I'm not dealing with them. We've already lost that battle. That battle's lost. They lost that. The Africans lost that a long time ago, and they're not taking it back. Those
people, do they have the right to identify as African?
No, they're Arabs. They're Arabs.
So how are you going to extract the African identity from the Arabs?
I'm not worried about them. We worry about the wrong shit. Why am I worried about them? I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about people who look like me and think they're something else.
But the word African identity is useless without black identity.
I said to you over and over again that African and black has to be synonymous with one another.
But how are you going to make it so? In what way will you go about making that happen?
Well, I mean, you can listen, Dr. Cabone, you get one of his courses. Let him tell you how to do it. I'm not a cultural anthropologist. I don't claim to be one. I'm not like Ola, who sits up here and claims to be a cultural anthropologist. All I know is what needs to be done. Now, how it is going to be done is the what question. How? Let the people come up with that. Let the people decide how they're going to get it done. First, you must realize, right, that you have a problem. See, part of understanding the problem is knowing if you're overweight, you know you're overweight. That means I got to lose weight, right? How am I going to lose weight? There's many different ways, right? But if I didn't recognize that I had a problem, then I would never lose weight. So the first thing people have to do is recognize that they have a problem. You see, Africa and Africans, whether you're here in America, here in the Caribbean, in the homeland, we got a problem. And our problem is that everyone's shitting on us. And if we don't accept that we got a problem, then we can't work the problem out because we're in denial. As long as you're in denial and you sit around here and tell yourself that, you know, everything is okay and that, you know, it's okay for you to pay $600 a month for grocery. It's okay to be for your children not to get a proper education. It's okay when your children are not reading on a certain grade level. But as long as you can get, okay, I don't want to be an African. I am an African. That's the whole thing. Learn, Mo. See, that's the thing. What do you think you are? Maybe you're a white person. I don't know. And I told you I don't believe in tribal lifestyles. See, this is what I mean by low emotional IQ. This is a person who doesn't know anything. First of all, you're not starting a sentence, okay, with a lowercase letter. This is what I can't talk to ignorant people. You know, it's okay if you're dumb. Just recognize you're dumb, and then we can get you some education. We can remediate that. Right? The first thing you have to understand is if you got a problem, and if you don't understand, you can't. My mother used to clearly say, in order to know better, in order to do better, you got to know better. If people think, I'm not forcing anyone, you don't have to do it. This is what I'm telling you, African goddess. Africans can continue to do what they're doing. And sooner or later, the Chinese and the rest of the people are going to carve Africa up and you'll have nothing. Just like we do, have nothing.
Okay.
The difference is,
talking to you. Take care.
You too.
Good stuff.
You see, if you don't recognize you have a problem, you're not effectively able to do anything with it. No one's forcing you to do anything. No one's telling you to get away from your identity. Telling you that your identity belongs where it belongs. And if you don't decide, like the Chinese decided, like the Japanese decided, like the Asians decided, they can continue on praising the Han Dynasty and doing all this, or they can get up and get into the modern world, put their stuff in a museum, and have a cultural revolution. And if we are not smart enough to see the writing on the wall, then let's continue to do what we're doing. And I say that to African Americans. If you want to keep down with the baby mama culture and you don't want to grow up and you want to keep running around the hood and you don't want to get an education and help yourself out, wait for the Latinos to take you over. That's all. These are the hard things that people don't want to do. People don't want change. Well, the world keeps moving, and it's not going to change for you, and it's not going to change for me. You have to make the necessary adjustments. Are you going to do it? It's up to you. All I say is that you should do it. If you don't do it, just sit there and slowly watch Africa be taken away piece by piece like it was before. That's all. Let them do it. Because you don't care about the children. You don't care. All you care about is your tribal affiliation. All you want to do is get in your little robes and run around and play games. You don't want to make real change. You don't want to be a global power. You know why? Because you hate yourself. You don't trust yourself. The Chinese trusted themselves. The white man feels he's superior, so he's going to change and destroy whatever he can that's in his myth. You want to have babies with white women and do nothing. Go on. Go on. Those BAs who don't want to be African American, like I said to you, if they want to exist in the baby mama culture, if they want to come up last all the time, let them do it. Let this idiots like this guy who think he's the world's greatest people. Look at this fool. Dollar pink up. Oh, yeah, okay. My erroneous, we Americans. You're an American, okay. Wait, you're American. How come everybody's you're the last to get hired and the first to get fired? How come you have an infant death thing in your group that's as high as some third world countries? See, this is the thing. If you want me to lie to you, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna pat you on the head and tell you so great, that you're the greatest thing since super glue. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna tell you who you are. You're an idiot. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you appreciated the time that we had, okay, that Mr. Collagenesis gave us on his show. My name is Dollar Bill. I'm the Ubuntu King. You can study, you can go and like and subscribe to the Collar Nation. Please like and subscribe, okay, to the Ubuntu King at Dollar Billionaire Brand. I'd like you to do that. Thank you for this opportunity to talk with you, to be with you, okay? And for those who don't want to be African, as black as you are, then go ahead. You're an American. You've won the prize. Peace for now. Good night.